Maybe overslept. You did? No. Okay. Giselle, will you start us off? What might you want to share? You have learned.
Okay.
Okay, we're
See,
going to hear from a few folks who would like to share what they talked about.
okay. So see what happens when you make a suggestion.
I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yay. Hi, Eleanor. Welcome.
So I just wanted to start off by I was telling Mary Rose that what I really appreciated yesterday as kind of a steady drumbeat, whether we're talking about waste or whether talking about natural lands or the various different sectors, is that what I heard from EJAC is that we wanted there to be a culture shift with really thinking about where that the solutions can equally be based in communities so that not only from a state down perspective or from a state policy down perspective, but really to start thinking about how is it that we incentivize communities, how is it that we start thinking about neighborhood level solutions, how is it that we start using a very clear communications plan to engage the communities where we all live and where we know can be a great deal of energy and improvements. So that, and I was just sharing with Mary Rose some of the learning that I've been doing the last couple of weeks.
That's awesome. And I would green card that. Yes, that was neat hearing all about the culture shift. Mary Rose, anything you want to add in?
I was hearing from Giselle and I guess the work group on transportation that there was a briefing on the incentives for very low carbon fuels. It's a project. And that work group is drafting a recommendation around, which to incentivize and which to not incentivize, especially not incentivizing biofuels, which we talked about a lot yesterday. So I was just asking Giselle, we didn't get to it, but what's the timing and process for getting such a draft into formal, kind of a formal comment to circulate? So need to figure that out.
Good. Okay. Martha, is there anything you want to share? You don't have to.
Oh, good.
Let's skip.
Well, we talked about air monitors, right? And we mentioned how ARB threw San Joaquin Valley residents under the bus by approving attainment of the 1 hour ozone standard without continuing their insistence that first the Arvin Bear Mountain monitor be put back. It was a sad day when ARB did that to us. And I don't know what the resolution of that is, but we're extremely disappointed in how the state has treated our region on that matter.
And that was in context of a briefing we got with some board members on Monday about a research study that ARB is working on to talk about data from monitors in EJ communities versus in non-EJ communities, and how in many cases the gap is closing and that it's all overall going down when you look at PM and ozone and carbon monoxide and nitrous dioxide, but that the location of these monitors was an important part of that analysis. And if the monitors weren't in some of the places that we were concerned about, like in Sacramento, we have 2 monitors and they're in downtown and they're in North Sac, but there's nothing in the south area. So are we missing important data that could help us better illustrate these trends in reality? So it was a good conversation.
Just means that I have to be nimble. Luis, anything you want to share?
No, just the exercise yesterday. I thought it was,
Anything you want to share?
I find it easier to learn visually and auditory, and I thought it was good yesterday. I thought we brought it to it's good dialogue, good.
Cool.
Great. I guess if I had something bad to say, I would say it, but mostly positive, I think.
Okay, cool. Suzanne, anything you want to say? I feel like you're kind of a guest of honor. We're excited you're here. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's keep going. And Jacob, that means you are up. I'm going to move this out of the way.
Morning again. So I'll be discussing transportation, and we're going to do a little ping pong back and forth with Suzanne, so there'll be some moving people up here. In essence, how we're going to structure, or how I'd like to structure, is just to provide a brief overview of the sector, some background information, then some high-level goals, and then talking about what this actually means in practice. And Suzanne will come up to talk about the land use and infrastructure piece in particular. So let's get going with it. So just some background on the transportation sector. We talk about transportation in California. The car culture, it seems to be, we're in Los Angeles, so just looking around, tons of cars. And that's a huge component of it. So mobile sources, we're not only talking about passenger vehicles, but also trucks, medium and heavy duty trucks, and off-road equipment as well. And in addition, the fuels that power these vehicles, which traditionally have been fossil fuels. And so when we look at those mobile sources, they're the largest contributors to the formation of ozone, of PM 2.5, diesel particulate matter, and greenhouse gas emissions in the state of California. And they're responsible for approximately 80% of smog-forming NOx emissions, 90% of diesel particulate matter emissions, and nearly 50% of greenhouse gas emissions. So that's something that we're faced with addressing. How do we reduce those emissions, not only from a greenhouse gas perspective, but also criteria and toxics. In addition to vehicles and equipment, I mentioned fuels. So we're looking at liquid fuels, so both in terms of fossil and renewables, and some trends or some statistics about fuels. We've seen gasoline fuel decrease by 10% between 2005 and 2015. So again, that's a pretty positive story, a good trend. And likewise, in terms of diesel, we've seen a decrease in 7% over that same time frame. In addition, we're seeing an uptick in growth in alternative fuels, in electricity as more zero electric vehicles get on the road, hydrogen, natural gas, in terms of gaseous fuels. So again, yes, we need to reduce our consumption of petroleum and fossil products, and we're heading in that direction as we deploy alternative technologies in the mobile source space, and supplying those mobile sources with alternative fuels and electricity. Excuse me. Just some quick background on infrastructure and land use, and again, Suzanne will provide some comments on thinking going forward. When we talk about infrastructure, well, we have all these mobile sources. How do we move around? Yes, that's important. There's over 175,000 miles of roads and highways in the state, but it's also important to recognize the active transportation component of infrastructure. So bicycle facilities, pedestrian facilities, dedicated pathways. Again, lots of progress is being made on that front, and we'll talk about a little bit of the vision and the path forward on those in particular. In addition, ports. We can't say enough about ports. It's a huge economic driver, a huge provider of jobs, but likewise, lots of health aspects and emissions associated with the ports. So the infrastructure that's associated with the ports, not only at the port, but how our transit system functions, how our freight system functions, delivering the goods and products that we all consume from the ports to our homes and to our businesses. And lastly, land use implications. So this is a fairly well, it's not fairly new, but in terms of consideration from a policy perspective, how do we interact with our land? How do we develop our transportation and infrastructure while considering land use issues? Again, Suzanne will speak to this, but one metric has been vehicle miles traveled. So how do we reduce vehicle miles traveled and the associated greenhouse gas emissions associated with vehicles? And so themes around promoting non-vehicle travel, smart growth, development, infill, transit-oriented development. Again, Suzanne mentioned some of these themes yesterday in her discussion, and they'll likely come up again today. So that's just some brief background, some goals, some high-level goals that we're striving to achieve throughout the scoping plan process. So again, the high-level goal of achieving the greenhouse gas emission reduction target of 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. That was established through executive order, and again, in statute in SB 350. Likewise, one of the governor's climate pillars was to reduce petroleum use by up to 50% by 2030. So that's all something that we're striving to achieve as part of this scoping plan. In addition to the specific greenhouse gas target and the petroleum target, we have to attain federal health-based air quality standards for ozone in 2023 and 2031 in the South Coast and San Joaquin Valleys, and also PM 2.5 standards in the next decade. So a big component of that is, again, through the mobile source sector. In addition, huge health implications as a result to exposure to toxic air contaminants, which a big component of that is the mobile source sector. And lastly, again, in Senate Bill 350, discussion about energy efficiency and renewable energy, which we discussed yesterday, but increasing energy efficiency and deriving 50% of our electricity from renewable resources by 2030. Again, our electric vehicles, as we move forward, as we have the ambitious target to achieve a certain quantity of electric vehicles on the road, they'll need to be powered by electricity, which will presumably come a large portion, at least 50% by 2030 from renewable sources. So in terms of what this means functionally, practically, strategically, I'm gonna jump in to how we're planning on covering this in the scoping plan. And in essence, in the background information, I talked about, I tried talking about it in a certain way where we have the mobile sources, we have vehicles, technologies, we have fuels, we have infrastructure, and we have land use. So as the four pillars, as the four areas where we're trying to tackle greenhouse gas emissions. And so we'll go into some of those details. I think we'll start off with land use and with infrastructure, and I'll turn it over to Suzanne for that. Again, a big underlying theme here is, we've traditionally focused on vehicle technology, on fuels, and that's important. Technology is important, decarbonizing our fuels is important, but similar to the energy sector, reducing energy use, reducing fuel consumption, reducing the amount of vehicle miles that we travel is critical. We perhaps could not build that power plant if we reduce our energy consumption. We could perhaps not deploy as many cars if we reduce our vehicle miles traveled. And so the theme of land use, I think, is something that we want to bring to the front in the scoping plan as a way of reducing our reliance on petroleum products and vehicle use. So with that, I'll turn it over to Suzanne, and then hopefully you'll see me again in a few minutes on the fuels and technology bit.
If I could, before we get to Suzanne, I'd like to make sure everyone's aware that we have the great pleasure to be joined by our chair, Mary Nichols, who's taken time off from her busy schedule to join us. She wanted to listen in on our proceedings. So for those of you who don't know Mary, she's here to kind of observe. I don't think she has any prepared comments, but just to catch you up, Mary, this is, if you weren't briefed on it before, this is our 2-day meeting. Yesterday we covered sector-specific overviews of the SIP, waste, land use, natural working lands by Claire. All of the committee members were able to provide input. We set it up as a dialogue sort of format. And today we're going to talk about a number of other sectors, and then we're going to go into trying to plan out the 15 or so community workshops that the EJAC members wanted to hold throughout the meeting.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. Thanks for coming.
All right, go ahead, Suzanne.
No, I really didn't intend to come and speak. I'm actually hiding out here. I have an office in Sacramento, of course, but I also have an office here in El Monte. And sometimes when I want to get some work done, especially if I want to think about things, I come here. I live in LA, of course, so it's easy for me to work out here. But I knew you guys were going to be in town, and so it's a good opportunity for me just to catch up on what you're hearing, and also get a sense of how the committee's working. That's it. If anybody wants to speak to me, during breaks, that's okay too. But I really just wanted to be part of the listening process.
Great to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley? Great.
I appreciate you being here. For a second,
Yeah, let's talk into the mic, because otherwise the webcast
when he was
won't hear.
introducing you, I thought you were on the phone.
Oh.
You snuck in.
I'm at home.
Great. Thank you again for having me. For those who weren't here yesterday or those joining by webinar, I'm Suzanne Haig with the California Strategic Growth Council. I dialed in by phone yesterday in some of the natural and working lands conversation, but today here to talk about some of the work that we've been doing across agencies at the state level on the transportation sector. Jacob characterized the transportation sector as having 4 pillars. I'm just going to confuse the issue altogether right from the top and talk about 3 legs of a stool. So I'm going to lump together 2 of the pillars that Jacob discussed. There's vehicles and there's fuels, both of which are really important, of course, for transportation emissions reduction. And then the 3rd leg of the stool, as a lot of academics and researchers often talk about it, is what I'll call demand. And that encompasses basically how far do we have to go and how long does it take to get there. That's what transportation is all about, right? Getting from A to B. The demand side, as Jacob suggested, is really a new focus of this scoping plan update. So I was not at the state level during the last scoping plan update, but if you look back at the document, you'll find some references to VMT reduction, but I think what we're aiming for so far in this update is a really, I don't want to say renewed, but increased focus on addressing this demand side of the equation. And as Jacob mentioned, vehicle miles of travel, or VMT, is a common metric for demand. It's certainly not a perfect one, but it's one that's fairly easy to measure. So I'm going to talk a lot about VMT reduction. From a GHG perspective, why do we need VMT reduction? A couple of reasons. I sometimes use the metaphor of a house. If you're going to put solar panels on a house, it's making a huge investment. It's a long-term commitment, and it's going to have a significant impact on your energy consumption. But if you're going to go through all the trouble and expense of doing that, you're going to also do sort of lower cost efficiency improvements. You're going to seal cracks, and you're going to replace windows and things like that to make sure that your house is the most energy efficient that it possibly can be. It's similar with the transportation sector, that we're really going to get most of, from a mathematical perspective, we're going to get most of the emissions reductions through vehicles and through fuels. But if we don't also address demand, we're not reducing, the consumption at the same time. Another maybe more gross metaphor that I use sometimes is, if you're going on a diet and you change what you eat, but you don't change how much you consume, then you're only really getting half of the way there, right? So another way to think about it. VMT, we know, is growing faster than technology can keep up with. So another reason that we need VMT reduction from a GHG perspective is that, simply put, emissions will continue to go up even with the most aggressive technology scenarios. So transportation emissions continue to rise, and as Jacob said, even zero emissions vehicles, which I sometimes push back on my colleagues at ARB and elsewhere, is saying zero emission vehicle is actually kind of a misnomer, because it does require energy, right? And you have to produce that energy somewhere, and there are emissions associated with that. So we'll just be sort of upfront about that, but all just to say that vehicles also require energy. So there's an increased recognition of the importance of VMT, I mentioned, throughout the scoping plan process. You can also see this reflected in the mobile source strategy, which just came out last week, that calls for a 15% total VMT reduction by 2050. The California Transportation Plan is the statewide multimodal transportation plan that comes out of the Transportation Agency and Caltrans. And the most recent update of that plan also puts a strong emphasis on VMT reduction. They have basically taken the approach of saying, what would it take for the transportation sector to do its fair share of GHG reduction, which would be 40% by 2030 and 80% by 2050, and kind of backed into those targets just for transportation sector emissions, using a modeling scenario with many of the same, actually I guess all of the same assumptions that go into the pathways model and into the vision model that will also inform the scoping plan. What they found was a 28% reduction in total VMT by the year 2040 was required, which equates to a 4% increase per capita. So if you think about, hopefully that isn't confusing, but if you think about population increase, we're still increasing the total number, or the total amount of emissions, but decreasing emissions per capita, if that makes sense. There have also been a couple of outside of state government studies on the importance of VMT. I think the most notable that I would point to for our purposes within the scoping plan is a report called Moving California Forward, which was put out by Energy Innovations in, I believe it was January of this year. And again, they used a lot of the same assumptions that go into pathways, and modeled some alternate future growth scenarios. So some of the graphics that I showed you yesterday about what potential future growth could look like came from that report. And from that, again, found that we are hard-pressed to meet our targets if we don't also act very aggressively on VMT. And this is all just to say that VMT reduction is needed in addition to 375, to SB 375. So the reductions that are part of the current existing and adopted SCSs, Sustainable Community Strategies, are considered for the purposes of the scoping plan part of the reference case. So everything that we're talking about is additional VMT reduction above and beyond the SCSs. So that's why we need VMT reduction from a GHG perspective. From a quality of life perspective, I think there are also some very important points to consider. When we're talking about reducing VMT, we're really talking about increasing access. So that means increasing access to destinations, reducing the time and the distance it takes to travel to get to where we're going. I like to think of the example of the community of Palmdale, just north of here. There are about 65,000 people who travel daily across the mountains from the Antelope Valley into the LA Basin to commute to work. And that can be up to a 2-hour commute both ways, or 2 hours one way, so 4 hours total of your day. And as a result, there are some really interesting sociological impacts within the community of Palmdale, because, if you think of a parent, you're leaving the house before your kid has breakfast, you're coming home after your kid has dinner, and that is about transportation. And so when we're talking about reducing the vehicle miles that we need to travel to get to where we're going. You know, there are sort of trickle-down effects at a sociological level that I think are really important to consider. We're also talking about increasing access to more transportation choices. So those people aren't driving 2 hours because they love their car. They're driving 2 hours because there's no other viable transportation option that gets them to where they need to go. So when we talk about increasing choices, we're talking about serving a wider range of incomes, of ages, of physical abilities, et cetera. And what that means is basically just making it more viable to walk, to bike, to choose transit, or some combination thereof. And then as we discussed yesterday, we're also talking about, through all of this, improving existing communities. So rather than putting new growth where it doesn't already exist, putting that new investment back into communities that already exist today. And I, for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, described the population projections for the state of California. We're going to add 10 million new people by 2050. Most of them are projected to go into the inland areas of the state, which are also the highest disadvantaged community areas. And it's a huge opportunity. We can make of it what you know, we can capture that opportunity and leverage it for positive benefit, or we cannot, but that's all part of growing smarter and reducing vehicle miles of travel. So, and you know, I meant to say stop me at any time if you guys have questions or comments or clarifications as we go.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
I have more
Yes,
that I'd want
okay.
to discuss.
No problem.
but yeah.
Well, if we have
please.
questions with what's
No, I think
far.
it'd be great to have this be iterative. So
okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because I think what you were saying is that the scoping plan is going to basically assume that the SCSs are implemented as planned. Is that how I understood that correctly?
Yes, and ARB folks, please chime in. But basically, the reference case, the baseline, assumes full implementation of the existing and adopted SCSs. So you get the VMT reduction from that.
But I mean, we know that it's not happening. I mean, I gave the case yesterday that, you know, in Sacramento, less than a month after they approved their SCS, one of the local jurisdictions approved a land use project that was outside of the urban growth boundary on the SCS plan. So I'm wondering, it feels like we're kind of setting ourselves up for disappointment on that one. So I'm wondering, like, what sort of metrics or ideas you all have for how to actually ensure that that happens so that our projections aren't woefully off target when we get to our benchmark years.
Yeah, again, ARB folks, feel free to chime in. I think we've been several rounds about that very issue, Katie, and thanks for bringing it up. You know, a lot of the measures that we're talking about to increase VMT reduction above that baseline may very well, in fact, be measures that help implement existing SCSs. I think the tricky part comes in the math and the modeling of the future scenarios. So if we know that, well, first of all, as we were discussing, we don't have great benchmarks for where we are in the process of implementation. And this is just me speaking personally, Suzanne, not speaking on behalf of ARB, but you know, ARB is doing great work to figure out what the metrics should be for benchmarking implementation, but we aren't there yet at this time. So it's really hard to put that into a reference case and model, well, okay, what percentage do you attribute to successful implementation or not? I think from a policy perspective too, in some ways it doesn't matter in that, it doesn't matter if they're implemented or not, but from a modeling perspective, what we're talking about is adding policies on top of existing SCSs, and those policies are going to be going in a positive direction regardless of how it's modeled. So that's kind of been the landing place where we've come to in that discussion, but I don't know if I'm addressing that fully.
All right, let's hear the next one. We'll go Mary Rose, or did you want to add in, Jacob?
Yeah,
we'll go
sorry
to
if
Mary
I could
Rose,
figure out
then
how this
Kevin.
works. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation. I think also if we look at SB 375 and what's on the books in essence in terms of striving to reduce VMT, my understanding of the statute is that there's a review done every 4 years, I believe. And so as part of that process, there's a review not only of the targets, but presumably of the functionality of is it succeeding? How are the local jurisdictions implementing their SESs and so forth? And again, it's something that isn't, the focus of VMT reduction. We've worked on technologies to improve the efficiency of our vehicles for quite a while. With VMT, it's relatively speaking a newer way of thinking and newer way of policy making. So this is something that we're working on improving and reviewing. But SB 375 as a standalone law, it'll get us so far. I think in our interagency work group meetings, which we haven't necessarily focused on the VMT specific measures that need to be adopted going forward, but there will be discussion about what else can we pursue to reduce VMT, what other policies, programs, measures can be looked at. For instance, looking at a congestion charge or something like that, will that actually help us achieve VMT reductions? Will that actually help us achieve greenhouse gas reductions? Again, implementing these policies, like if we can be certain that a certain congestion charge or other type of measure will help us achieve greenhouse gas reductions, then we're keen to explore that. But again, those discussions haven't happened in detail yet between the interagency work groups, and so we're just not in a position to set anything in stone. But likewise, we're keen to hear the feedback from you folks. What do you see as working in your communities? What would you like to see in your communities that will help reduce VMT, that'll help reduce greenhouse gas emissions? I think I'm quite keen to hear that as well. So.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Rose and Kevin.
Along the same themes that I was talking about yesterday, and being able to visualize, well, what portion of the transportation emissions are, the whole towards 2030, and so even just within the land use part and SB 375, what portion of that is the total emissions reductions that we want to make from transportation? So can you give me a little snapshot of what roughly, like with SB 375 strategies, where is that like a third of the transportation
like what does the
emissions
pie chart look like
Yeah.
for total emission
and
reduction?
and does SB 375 have targets to 2030 and 2050, and then it's updated every 4 or 5 years?
Go ahead.
Because part of the question is I'm hearing that some of these sustainable community strategies plans regionally are not very strong.
Yeah, so the target, I believe it's 2020 and 2035 for updating the targets. I mean, 2020 is right around the corner, so I don't think. Sorry, I don't think those targets are going to be updated, but presumably the 2035 will be. And again, in terms of the metrics and how are they performing, well, there's this example of the development that you were mentioning. I think that needs to be brought up, and thank you for bringing it up here, but likewise in the discussions with the MPOs as well. So I think it's something that we'll know, but in the engagement with the local authorities as well, I think it needs to come through numerous streams. So there was a second part of the question that I don't think I got to.
So
the pie chart, or
yeah, pie chart wise. Ballpark.
I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, I don't think it's.
But you will.
Yeah. I mean, I think as we conduct our modeling again, we talked about this yesterday a bit. We don't have the modeling conducted. We don't have the results to share. But as we go through the modeling process, then we'll be seeing impacts or emission reductions associated with different levers that we pull. So whether it's higher efficiency standards for vehicles or more zero electric vehicles, greater reductions in VMT, we should be able to see the emission reductions associated with the different policy package that we put forward in the modeling initiative. But yeah, I don't have an answer for you in terms of the pie chart. So.
We do have a sense of scale, and as I mentioned, the technology aspect of emissions reduction from the transportation sector. So if total transportation sector emissions reduction is 100, is more than half in almost all of these modeling exercises that I described, the California Transportation Plan, the report done by Energy Innovations, et cetera. They've all said, okay, if we go full throttle on vehicles, full throttle 110% on fuels, and we do the maximum aggressive scenario for VMT reduction, then we just barely hit the mark. And that most of the reduction, the majority of the reduction does come from the technology, but that you need the VMT in addition to get you all the way there to 100. That makes sense? Just from a sort of relative standpoint. I think it was Kevin was next.
I was just waiting.
Oh.
Have a follow-up with that, Martha, before
I feel like, look at, just go ahead.
You guys have been working together way too long.
Martha, then we'll come to Kevin, then Tom. Yeah.
Well, a couple things. So, and I hope it's linear. I'm not always linear, but I mean, some of these you really can't get to and let you know. We were driving over here, and it took us 20 minutes to get here from Silver Lake, which is pretty fast, and nobody was going in our direction. Look over in the next lane, and it was a parking lot. So, I mean, it really speaks to how, and I don't know what the solution is, but where are people working, where are the job centers, and you can clean up the fleet, and that's really important for a lot of communities. That's the only relief. You know, I think of Boyle Heights and other places surrounded by freeways. That's the only relief they're going to get is if we clean up both the truck fleet and the vehicle fleet. But but if you turn it to vehicle miles traveled, then you have to organize cities differently. So I'm like looking through the CARB displacement study, because that's our deep concern is that we want good things in communities, and we think mixed communities are wonderful, but that's not what's happening anymore. So that's why I don't have a solution. I just have a general disquiet about some of these policies. So at what point, CARB does not do economic development policy, but what can it do to make sure that the way we're spending the GGRF funds and others actually are incentivizing economic development and bringing these innovations so that people don't have to travel so far for jobs.
Yeah, thank you, Martha. That's a great point. Again, the Palmdale example is that's about land use, and cleaner vehicles aren't going to make downtown LA closer to Palmdale, where there's been historically cheap housing. So that is absolutely an economic and a land use issue. And part of the conversations that we've been having as we talk about, well, this is really important to address in the context of the scoping plan, is who does what at the state level, because this is outside of the realm of traditionally what CARB and others have done, certainly regulatory sphere of influence and otherwise. So I think that's spot on, and that's what we want to talk about, is how do we get there at a state level.
Okay.
What is that study called? I sent it to somebody. I just didn't have any email videos. It's
Oh, okay. It's
For the web.
for the web. It's called Developing a New Methodology for Analyzing Displacement, and it was California Air Resources Board commissioned it out of UC Berkeley, and there's a case study from Oakland and a case study for LA County, and one of my staff participated in those work groups, so she's really the person who knows what happened. But so I think that's a really good first step in helping us understand what the drivers are, because they're complex. They're existing housing stock, there's just a lot of those things. So at the end of the day, the study was not very conclusive about what the drivers are or what And it also looked at some of the anti-displacement strategies and see which ones work. So I'll send that out for folks because I think it's important for us to look at.
Great. Great.
Can you just repeat the title?
Developing a methodology for analyzing displacement.
Okay, so we're going to come to Kevin and Tom, and I just want to note that we have budgeted half an hour more for this transportation, and I know you said you have more content to present, and you have more content to present. So
That's why I said hopefully I'll be back.
hopefully, okay. So
Well, this is a really important issue, so I think we would all agree if we needed to budget more time for this, we're
okay.
This is probably the thing that is
Go ahead.
most likely to take us in the direction that we all hope to go. So I just want to recap briefly. You said you reduce VMT while increasing options and accessibility. Did I capture that?
Sorry, say that again, Kevin.
The plan is we'd reduce VMT while increasing options and accessibility.
So first of all, there's no plan yet. It's just sort of
No, I got
hypothetical
that.
what we're talking about. But yes, so what
I didn't
think
say the word plan to begin with. So
yeah. No, just to
goal,
clarify.
that's an objective, that's
Yes.
all.
I think what I was attempting to say was that reducing VMT means increasing accessibility.
Right.
So that's about bringing destinations closer together, and also about increasing choice, transportation choice. So different.
So, and then when you combine that with the 10 million new residents by 2050, and you suggest, and I don't disagree, that given economics, mostly living inland as property accessible to the coast gets more and more expensive and unapproachable for most folks, there's going to be a segregation effect that's going to happen there that's going to be very interesting sociologically to watch. But so I'm trying to figure out where this intersection is going to happen as long as local entities keep total control of their land use decision making, which they've jealously guarded for many years now. And I'm wondering, SGC to me seems like one of the more powerful tools, one of the more powerful entities as far as driving that land use decision making and providing carrot and stick approaches to managing how this land use happens. So how do you envision that? So I have two questions. The first one is, how do you envision that relationship happening? I'm not seeing it right now. I mean, I'm seeing MPOs basically blowing off the whole thing. I mean, they pay lip service to it, but I'm in the meetings, and when people are still saying, well, it looks like we could do just what we wanted to do anyway and still get there. It's pretty hard to grab that vision and really hold on to it tightly. So again, living in the Valley gives me a different perspective, but I think even SCAG has its own mindset about how it wants to do things and where it wants to go. So how do you, what driver do you see that you've got that can create that change?
Yeah, that's a great question. Cut to the chase. I think my first answer, not to be flip, is, but that's what I would love to hear from all of you. So I would turn it back to you to say, what do you think is the right approach and would work in a way that is effective and equitable? But secondly,
you had to say equitable, didn't you?
Yes. But secondly, I think I'll kind of skip ahead in some of the points that I have, because I think there's a lot of literature about how to get there. If we're just looking at VMT reduction, there are loads and loads of evidence basis for what reduces VMT. The consensus is that there's no silver bullet, that we have to do many things simultaneously and in a coordinated fashion. So for instance, studies on density of buildings can decrease VMT by up to 30% in some cases, but there's always all these caveats about that. Reducing transit fares can decrease VMT by up to 20% for the recipient population. Speed limit reductions can decrease VMT. Traffic calming, ride sharing, and commute trip reduction programs can all reduce VMT, but it's all in each of these individual sort of programs or interventions reduces VMT to a fairly small increment. And so if we're going to get to, say, 15% as per the mobile source strategy, we need to do many of those things simultaneously across the entire state and do them, let's be real, differently in different communities because different things are going to work in different places. So, I mean, that's really full transparency where I think we are in this process is we've done an extensive literature review. We have documented all the evidence basis for what works. And now we're looking at this list of, 150 different odd things that, that can be done and saying, how at the state level do you put this together?
So a tool chest, basically, you're putting
Correct.
together for
Yes.
communities to use, and then hopefully they'll take that tool chest and pull out the tools. Of course, if you don't teach them how to use each one, I always say giving people tools but not teaching them how to use it means they stay in the tool chest and they don't do any work. So,
Precisely.
hopefully
So
there's a plan in place to do that. That's a great
Yeah.
approach. I think that's probably your best approach, to be honest with you.
Well, and
'cause
I was
you
thinking
can't go
about
down there
this.
and smack them on the forehead and say, do this, or I'll smack you on the forehead again. So, which would be
Yes.
my personal approach.
I was, maybe we'll call on you for that.
I have 4 kids, they'll tell you the story. But,
Precisely. I was thinking about how to characterize sort of the suite of tools in the tool chest, as you say, because there are so many different angles to this. I came up with a shortened list that, is sort of arbitrary buckets, but I think, so there's infill development incentives. You're right that land use is local, and yet there are incentives that have been shown to work and to change the market dynamic that I was talking about yesterday. With
but it can't just be more tax credit and more low-income incentive, because you're using that tool now and it's not working.
Right, so what we want to talk
there's
about.
not enough leverage there to convince a developer that this is a good investment. And then the shift in the other direction is you have influence over government, well, some, and local
personally,
government.
no,
No,
but-
I know you don't. But through SGC, I mean, people are almost afraid of SGC at this point because of all the money that you have in their minds anyway. So they make it very difficult for these developers to do this work, by the way, in infill projects. So in that tool chest should be something for planning and development departments as far as a suite of codes that they can set up, or the way that they permit things that could help them streamline their enterprises. They're all running their own little kind of fiefdoms. I've been in a lot of different ones now looking at them, and it is interesting to me how they somehow come up with different ways to do the same thing. And none of them really supporting what their leaders say is their goal is to support this infill development, because they're all chanting infill development now, but we're not seeing that when you talk to the people who have to do the work on the ground. They're still fighting their way through planning offices trying to get this done. So if in that tool chest you could provide things like that, that would be very useful.
I think that's really good feedback. I think you're right that what we want to talk about within the context of the scoping plan is what
Process.
what additional measures we want to add. So, we can talk about, and I have a whole list of what existing tools we have in the toolbox. The GGRF funding that goes towards transit and affordable housing in location efficient places is one of those tools, and there are many others. I think in the interest of time, I would skip to, so we have those tools, what more do we need? And there are a couple categories of new tools that I think we could consider. So incentives being one. What types of incentives do you feel like are needed in addition to what we already have, and what would work best in your communities? Infrastructure improvements, so certainly if we're going to expand transit infrastructure as well as the level of service of the existing infrastructure.
Paying for it
how do
and
we do that?
mandating where it has to happen. I think those two things would have to be married.
Yes.
Versus just, hey, go ahead, build some infrastructure here, we'll pay for it.
Right, how do we coordinate them?
Yeah.
So when we're talking about infrastructure improvements, it's not just about a dollar amount or a financing mechanism, but also a policy framework for how that gets deployed.
So
Yeah.
one last thing, kind of changing gears, and I'll let this go. So it seems to me, and tell me again if I got this wrong, that VMT is going to go up. You got more people. I don't see how we don't have a world where instead of a bunch of gasoline vehicles running from Palmdale to LA, I've got a bunch of driverless cars basically filling the freeway all in a nice orderly fashion, and nobody running into each other, but also this same thing still happening. So, and I don't know that that's horrible or not horrible, other than for the people who are trapped in those cages. But it seems to me it really depends on the amount of renewables that you can build into the energy resources that are going to power these vehicles. So that's going to be very important. So are you working very closely with these guys and the energy people to make sure that that happens, that that portfolio moves the right direction to allow that to happen? Because make no mistake, 10 million extra people are not all going to get on. We'd love to think they're all going to get on mass transportation. I personally don't believe that they will, because human nature is just too contrary. But it may be, and if it's easy enough to use and there's enough of it, definitely maybe. But again, it has to be powered by something that comes from a renewable source, so we're never going to get there. So that's just sort of a
Great point.
thanks for the time.
Okay, so I a little lost track. We got Tom, Martha, Katie, Luis.
So a question about VMT and the future projections. Does the price of fuel come into those future projections at all, or is that neutral?
It does. I'd defer to someone at ARB as to how Pathways specifically encompasses that, but the short answer is yes, it does.
So you'd be assuming the price of gasoline will go up a certain amount, and
I
then
don't know the specifics.
that decreases VMT by a certain amount, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. How exactly it comes out in Pathways, I mean, we'll double check. We haven't run the modeling yet, but yeah, presumably there's a relationship between the price of the resource and how much
Yeah.
you drive.
So in the modeling, then you should be checking that if you did put a carbon fee on gasoline with let's say a rebate back to the vehicle owners, so it's fee neutral, that should reduce VMT, right? Theoretically.
So Tom, perfect segue, because it's another one of the categories that I was thinking about in terms of the types of interventions. Pricing is another one that there's significant evidence basis for VMT reduction, and that encompasses everything from what's called pay-as-you-go insurance, which is basically you pay an insurance fee not on a monthly basis but on a miles traveled basis, has been shown to reduce household VMT, to congestion pricing or CBD pricing, where you say anybody coming into a, say, downtown area between the hours of 7 and 10 a.m. has to pay a fee or a toll. This has been done in a lot of European cities, and there have been pretty extensive studies that show that reduces VMT. There's a whole other bucket of strategies under pricing, and certainly the price of fuel plays into that too.
Well, I sure hope that ARB is studying what artificially increasing the price of fuel would do to these kind of things, and what reductions we would get directly, and how, of course, you'd have to compensate for the low-income vehicle drivers, especially. And then I see all the farm workers in the San Joaquin Valley, going back and forth to work in 15 to 20-year-old vehicles, spending outrageous amounts to repair those vehicles monthly, probably paying outrageous interest rates as well to even purchase those 15-year-old vehicles. So a lot of money's being wasted. And I see electric vehicles coming way down in price. There was a vehicle in Fresno yesterday for sale, a Chevy Spark for $19,000, brand new. It has a range of 82 miles. With the federal tax credit and the California rebate and the San Joaquin Valley rebate for that vehicle would cost $7,000. But this farm worker's not going to buy it because, first of all, they can't use the tax credit, obviously. So and they'd have to come up with that extra money right away. And then also, they can't even afford to put a charger in the home they live in. Maybe because they're renting, they wouldn't be allowed, but even if they were allowed, they need another $1,000 just to put in the charging infrastructure, because you got to charge your car at night. And ideally with solar panels on your roof. But we need to take a community in a place like the San Joaquin Valley, where you have mostly farm workers, like Lost Hills or something, and see what program would get 3/4 of the people driving to work, commuting to work, one of these electric vehicles, and make it work. Because when I talk to these people, they would love to have an electric vehicle. They're not attached to the internal combustion engine. They know the repair costs and all of that, and they see the value. So we got to get some bold thinking and get this concept out there that there is a better way, and it's going to take a concentrated program from the state with the money to do it directly.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I'm hearing you say essentially sort of a community level approach to shared infrastructure might be helpful, and also a policy overlay to, again, where infrastructure and how infrastructure gets deployed, not just how much of it we put out there. Okay. Important points.
Briefly to Tom's issue, I promise.
Okay. Okay.
Very brief.
Super briefly, and the other thing I want to repoint out is, as you know, Mark is taking notes for potential recommendations. So as you make your comment, if you also want to think about it within the context of recommendation language, because Tom, I was thinking, welcome, Colin, that do you want that shaped into a pilot? How you would think about that within the context of a pilot? So. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Here, try this. This one works. Here you go.
This is a process issue, not a substantive issue, because I've really been biting my tongue. There's many points at which I would like to sort of engage, because really important and useful things have been said. However, on this particular point, ARB has a lot to say about what we're doing to try to bring zero-emission vehicles or plug-in vehicles into low-income communities. And somebody should be giving you that information and not just sort of let that point go by. That I know we're focusing on transportation and infrastructure and land use here, but so you're primarily here to talk about what we're doing to try to reduce the need to drive at all. Okay, but you had a very good point to make about how we have to get electric vehicles into the hands of low-income people who can't pay the sticker price for a lot of the cars that are out there. And ARB actually has money to do that, and we're doing some of that, and we could be doing more of it if we had more appropriations from the legislature to do it and didn't have to fight for them every year. I'm raising that only because I feel like this is a group that wants to talk about those things, and if we don't have the information here or the right people here to address those issues kind of when they come up, we should be getting it. we should structure the meetings in such a way that would provide you with that information. So that's my point. Okay.
Thank you. Floyd?
Yeah, and thanks for that, Mary. And to go to Tom's earlier questions about the inputs to pathways and the assumptions on fuel prices and things like that. The pathways model, I don't know if you were able to attend the January workshop that we held in Sacramento to discuss the scoping plan economic modeling. We covered that as an overview, and we also provided details on the pathways model, and then we held a deep dive just on the economic modeling for the EJAC members. I don't know if you were able to participate in that, but we can certainly provide you the information that was presented in those forums.
Good. And sorry, just really quickly. I mean, the points that you raised, Tom, are, as Mary mentioned, they're valid. There's huge barriers to deployment of electric vehicles in disadvantaged communities. In addition to some of the incentives that are already in place, in SB 350 by statute, where ARB is required to conduct a study on the barriers and opportunities for electric vehicles or for widespread electric transportation in disadvantaged communities. So that's something that will be forthcoming. And certainly we would be keen to, again, engage with you folks and hear your insights and recommendations on how to best do that. You've outlined you've provided some examples, and we certainly would love to follow up on that.
Okay, so I am hearing the frustration level in the room really rise to like over people's heads. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a little stricter about the queue, and I know it's frustrating when you wanna respond to a certain line of questioning, but to respect that everybody wants to comment, I'm going to be sticking closer to the queue for the moment. Luis has to leave, correct? He has to leave for 1 hour. So I'm having Luis provide his comment before he goes, and then we're going back to the queue, which I have down as Martha, Katie, and then Luis. So I'm going to let you comment, and then I'm going to come back to Martha, Katie. Go ahead. And then I'll circle back to Kevin.
Can't stick around for a response, but I'd like to hear back of what tools you're using or are they being used in the border, the California, Mexico rural region, and how those are interacting within the Mexican framework, in terms of rules, regulations, permitting, and so on. So I would like to hear that back at some point.
So I want to go back to some of the things you said earlier, and one of my deep frustrations is that we don't seem. So when you say let's put everything on the table, from congestion pricing to all these other tools, what I think is often missing is actually an equity analysis of those. So are they regressive? Who will they impact worse? So for example, when they decided to use the fast track pass on the 110 freeway, well, that flew by. Nobody noticed the review. Nobody noticed the comment period. What people noticed 6 months into the campaign, into using the fast track, is that suddenly the artery streets in South LA were packed with traffic because removing the lane and people couldn't get on it. And so that was that actually ended up being a worse air quality problem, because now you have trucks and more cars running through residential streets. So, and I thought, didn't they, that seemed like an obvious thing that would happen, that you would push traffic out. But if you had an equity focus to it, you would have said, do we really want to push more traffic out into a highly impacted community? And so, all of these policies need to have a stronger filter. And maybe one of the things that we can help is, what are those questions that you should be asking as you weigh one policy over another?
Great, thank you. Okay, Katie, and then I'm going to ask a clarifying question. Go ahead.
I want to reiterate Martha's point around needing to do equity analysis and transportation investments. What we see in implementation of the SCSs is that it's really choice projects that get picked out and implemented first by local jurisdictions. They're not always compliant, and they're definitely not going to the areas with the highest level of need. The new bike lane isn't going to the intersection where somebody was killed on a bike. It's going downtown where we want to make it more popular to bike. So that framework needs to be included. I also think the way that MPOs are allowed to count GHG reductions needs to be shifted. I'd like to see it be more focused on per capita VMT. What we've heard about, like the Kern COG, for instance, is that they got credit for GHG reductions when it was really just lower than projected population growth. And that shouldn't be a positive credit on any MPO. It should be based on your per capita VMT went down X%. Like that's something we should be measuring. I think CTC said we need like 23% reduction in per capita VMT to reach our GHG goals, and so that's something I'd like to see streamlined across. And I also would I'd like to see MPOs track where the investments go, and I'd like to see them only approve projects that are compliant with the SES. And I think that requires some state direction, because what you have is MPOs whose boards are the same local government folks that are making the decisions and proposing the projects, and so they're stuck in this sort of catch-22 of, we know this new freeway southeast of Sacramento isn't really meeting our goals, but it's being put forward, it was first in the queue, and so we're going to approve it. They never say no. I asked our state COG agent agency. I'm like, have you ever said no to an implementation project? And they said no. So that they need the authority to say no to projects that aren't compliant with their SCS, so that we start seeing more projects filtering. Because then they take up the GHG right? And you have this new freeway that's now going to emit this much, and we have no more emissions left for even the really good projects that would be bus focused. And then my final point is around transit planning. We just increased our fares again in Sacramento to be well over $6 a day for a pretty poor transit service, and particularly almost no bus service. And they're going to eliminate 30 bus routes that are mostly in communities outside of downtown. So I need to see, I don't know what sort of state policy direction we can give in the scoping plan around how transit costs and routes need to be factored into SCS planning and compliance down the line, but I'd like to see that connection made.
Okay, I'm going to come to you, but I have a question of clarification for anybody who maybe is tuning into the webcast today and wasn't here yesterday. We use these yellow, red, and green cards as an informal way to get a temperature of the room where, you know, sort of obvious. Green means you support something, yellow, maybe you need tweaks, red, you oppose something. And as we also know, I try to call out elephants in the room sometime, and what I'm curious about is what was just brought up about all this great work that, or the efforts that ARB is making and wanting you to know that and wanting to make sure the right people in the room. We totally appreciate what you shared, but I'm curious if the information shared was very satisfying, if you feel like what you learned, given what was raised, was the level of information you need, or if you would have wanted more. Anyone level of satisfaction? Is no one following me? I'm just wondering if those responses were helpful, or if there's like other people you wish were here to give you more information. Maybe it's too confusing. Just any kind of like, were those, anyone want to say if they wanted more information or if that was the right level of information for you? I'm just trying to get the experts in the room that you need, is what I'm trying to raise.
And Sarah,
is it too obtuse?
We also have, Jacob has some more to say on the other two legs of the stool on transportation and fuels
okay.
too.
So is it just that we aren't presenting enough information before we're asking our questions? The presentation.
I have a recommendation.
Okay.
So, and I've written it, so it's very quick.
Okay. And I'm wondering if we then need to go back to presentation.
So, with regard to Mary's comment about work that's already funded and the opportunity there, and taking into context the various comments, I really think that you should pilot the placement of electric vehicles in 7 to 8 low-income communities across California. You need to ensure a proper diversity of density in urban versus rural areas, and choose areas with aging infrastructure. If you can make those things work there, they'll work anywhere. But if it's going to be successful, you have to succeed there first.
Okay. So shall we finish with the presentation so you have more content? Yeah, go ahead.
So I would love to hear the continuing presentation, but whenever possible, if you could give specific examples to lift up of, of existing programs or like what a possible toolkit could be, because I think we're fully able and willing to comment on a general level, but I think we all feel that, that the more specificity that we can give either questions on or comments on, the better.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll maybe wrap up and then let Jacob speak to vehicles and fuels. I think this is kind of where we are in the process. And again, I'm working closely with ARB. I don't work for ARB, but sort of herding a consortium of other agencies to figure out this VMT reduction component, which, as I said, is new. And so we don't have anything more specific at this point, and that's the purpose of this meeting and why I was so excited to come and talk to you all. I think Martha's point is spot on about sort of how do we provide an equity framework and lens for looking at the array of options that we have and how we narrow that down and how we prioritize it. And I think, Katie, you gave some really good examples of some of the types of frameworks that we could produce, or some of the metrics that we could consider. So I would just encourage you all today as well as after today to be in touch with all of us in thinking about those types of specifics, and given what we've laid out, which is admittedly high level at this point and deliberative, how do you recommend that we go forth with that process? Because I think there's really fantastic expertise in this room that can help to narrow that down. So maybe I'll just reiterate the kind of categories of things that I think are out there, and you can either, again, today or after our conversation, let me know what I've missed, and then think about what are the policy frameworks through which we should be considering the range of options. Again, just my way of winnowing down the categories of development incentives or land use incentives, infrastructure investments, that includes active transportation, transit, safety, related infrastructure, and shared mobility, educational programs such as bike and ped safety, also eco-driving, pricing we talked about, technical assistance to local governments was mentioned, and then a sort of suite of policies around commute trip reduction. And there are any number of others, but those are the broad categories that I put together for your consideration. So maybe with that, we'll switch, and I'll let Jacob talk about vehicles and fuels and wrap us up. Really appreciate this discussion. This is thrilling to me to get so much interest in this topic, so thanks.
All right, so vehicle technologies and fuels. I'll try to keep it short so we can have a discussion and continue the discussion rather. So in essence, what we're really striving to achieve with all the federal standards and the governor's target and what's in statute, from a fuels perspective, to reduce petroleum fuel, petroleum gasoline, petroleum diesel, and increase the use of renewable fuels. So how do we lower the carbon intensity of fuels? How do we increase the amount of electricity that's available from renewable sources for our vehicles, hydrogen, renewable natural gas, biofuels, and so forth? Again, at a high level from a vehicle technology perspective, what we're striving to achieve is to continue the efficiency gains in our existing cars. So we're talking about improved aerodynamics, more efficiency in tires, lower weight of vehicles, powertrain improvements, but also looking at the advanced technologies, so hydrogen fuel cells, hybrids, battery-powered vehicles, electric vehicles, but also rail electrification. We've got a rail system in California. High-speed rail is currently in the works. As part of that initiative, Caltrain is being electrified. Other train systems will need to be electrified as well. So those are more or less the higher level objectives for vehicle technologies and fuels. I can get into some of the specifics and some of the mechanisms that are currently in place and that we'd be looking to push forward. Within the vehicle space, we have passenger vehicles, so light-duty vehicles, and as I mentioned, we certainly are striving to achieve increased zero electric vehicle sales, and with that comes the infrastructure. So again, Tom mentioned the infrastructure issue of well, do we have enough charging stations? How are we going to get the charging stations in disadvantaged communities, or for that matter, throughout the state? Huge issue to address, and through some of the programs that are currently in place, through future initiatives with our sister agencies at the Public Utilities Commission, we'll be going through a process to better understand, how do we deploy that infrastructure. In terms of engine performance standards, so again, increasing the stringency of those standards, increasing fuel efficiency and fuel economy of our vehicles. Incentive funding will be will certainly be a huge component of further deployment of zero electric vehicles. And I mentioned the renewable fuels that'll likewise be a huge component. The same is true for heavy duty vehicles. The challenge that we face with heavy duty vehicles is the battery electric or zero electric vehicle potential there. The technologies certainly aren't as advanced on the light duty side. So although in the long term we'll strive to deploy that technology and to fund pilot projects and research and development, we're just not there yet from a technological perspective. So a short-term focus, maybe the deployment of low NOx engines, of something that helps us achieve our federal air quality attainment standards. But again, focusing on the 2050 greenhouse gas reduction target, yes, we'll need to make huge strides in terms of the technological development on zero emission technologies in the heavy duty sector. And in addition, off-road equipment. So forklifts, airport ground support equipment. There's already deployment of zero emission technologies in this space, and this will continue. Again, there will need to be incentive funding to achieve further deployment of the cleanest technologies available in the off-road space. So those are kind of the guiding principles, or what we strive to achieve. There's already regulations in place that help achieve some of these objectives, and that will need to be ratcheted down further to meet all of our ambitious climate, air quality, and petroleum reduction targets and goals. So we have the Advanced Clean Transit regulation that's looking at urban bus zero electric vehicle sales. By 2030, the intention is to increase to 100% of all sales for buses, for urban buses. And this is all predominantly coming from the mobile source strategy. So if you've had a chance to read through the document, review the document, these are all some of the scenarios, or one of the scenarios that was modeled in the mobile source strategy. So this is a review of sorts. On the light duty side, there's ambition to push the Advanced Clean Cars program further to an Advanced Clean Cars program 2. And in essence, what that'll strive to achieve is the sale of zero electric vehicles to be 100% by 2050, a very ambitious target. Functionally, what that means in 2030 is approximately 40% of light duty vehicle sales to be zero electric vehicles. There's numerous other specific regulations and programs. I'm not sure whether it makes sense to go through all of those right now. All that's to say is that, again, the focus is on vehicle miles traveled reductions, on improving the technologies with our existing internal combustion engine fleet, but also really pushing the envelope in terms of zero emission vehicles and advanced technologies, and also focusing on our fuels. How do we reduce our petroleum use while also increasing advanced and alternative fuels that are lower in carbon content?
Does anyone want him to list those additional programs, or do you want to ask questions? Comments? Potential EJAC recommendations? Got the mic right here. If not, we can move towards a break. Floyd?
This is not with regard to Jacob's presentation, but we do have a staff person here from our Mobile Source Control Division, Ashley Dunn, in the back. We've invited her to come in and maybe address some of the earlier questions with regard to our mobile source program.
I meant public comment and break. Okay. I have not forgotten about public comment. I apologize. I meant public comment and then a break. And we are officially a little behind the publicly noticed agenda, what we said we would do for a public comment. So,
Ashley Dunn is with the Air Resources Board, and she's working on a transportation options study for SB 350. And she was listening to the earlier discussion, especially the comments from the committee members, and recognized that that was actually a good opportunity. She has begun correspondence with the transportation work group of the committee, and I thought that it would be good if she could come in if she had a little bit of time, so that we had more staff available actually to respond to Mary's suggestion.
That's fantastic. Well, I think what I would suggest, because people might need even a restroom break in the morning, is why don't we do public comment, take a short break, and then have her add in? How would that be? Anyone? Okay. So where's Mike? Okay. And folks who are providing public comment, for the camera, if you don't mind standing up and saying your name, it'll be easier for everyone to know.
Stand over here.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Geraldine Lopez Mendoza. I work at SoCalGas. And I wanted to thank the EJAC for opening this meeting for public participation here in Southern California. I really appreciate that. I just wanted to make 3 quick points on this issue of transportation, and they specifically relate to freight movement. I know there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of emphasis on zero emission freight movement. And I only wanted to point out that when it comes to 2 off-road sources, electrification and zero emission freight movement is not immediately available. With respect to ocean-going vessels, which run on diesel fuel or alternatively bunker fuel, and bunker fuel is a byproduct of oil and gas production. It's actually a sludge. The cleanest option available now is actually liquefied natural gas, which is being adopted slowly on a global basis and dramatically reduces sulfur dioxides and particulate emissions and other sources of air pollution. So that's one thing I wanted to point out with respect to ocean-going vessels that are subject to international jurisdiction. With respect to rail, the rail system that isn't conducive to electrification, there are efforts ongoing right now to create natural gas locomotives that would dramatically reduce reductions from locomotives, not just locally and in rail yards around the ports, but statewide and actually across the country. And then finally, I just wanted to emphasize the point that Jacob made, that zero emission vehicles are simply not where technologically where folks want them to be with respect to drayage beyond a 100-mile radius, but that if you combine a low NOx or ultra low NOx engine, which is currently in development from Cummins Westport and should be commercially available by 2017, and combine it with renewable natural gas, the reduction in NOx, the reduction in diesel particulate is pretty dramatic. So I just wanted to point those out with respect to freight goods movement statewide, and particularly in the San Pedro Bay region. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got another comment.
Hi, my name is Colby Morrow, and I live and work in Fresno. And I just wanted to give a very specific example of, for example, something that Chairman Nichols mentioned and addresses a number of the issues that was raised by Tom. And so the San Joaquin Valley APCD has a program called the Tune In, Tune Up program, and ARB coordinated with them for it's called the Plus Up, and it was a pilot program last year. The Tune In, Tune Up provides free smog tests, repair vouchers for emissions-related repair, and then a retest. And this is really important because if you don't pass smog, you can't get your vehicle registered. And that's a really big problem. I mean, it's a safety issue. It's an issue in so many ways for families who are driving these vehicles. So the Plus Up portion of it was up to $9,500 for newer, cleaner vehicles like hybrids and electric vehicles. And when I went, it was amazing. They have hundreds of people coming, and they're held on the weekends, hundreds of people coming. They have translators. They have assistance with insurance, with financing, with charging infrastructure. And last year, the program replaced 100 vehicles in 3 months. And it's just an amazing program, and I just can't say enough good things. And I believe the communities love it as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, anyone else want to comment? Any other public comment? Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we take a break until 11 a.m. We'll see you back at 11. turned up. I hope everyone had a good break. We are going to start again if you want to go ahead and take your seat. We are starting back because we're just a little bit behind in our agenda. Thank you for coming. Okay, I'm going to resort to kindergarten tactics. If you can hear my voice, clap once.
Do the hokey pokey.
If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. Okay. My younger child has 1 more year of kindergarten, so I'll be able to keep remembering that at least for another year. All right, we are very lucky to, I'm sorry, what's your name? Ashley, to have Ashley here to give us some more information. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Ashley. Or do you want to be at the podium so the camera can see you?
The podium's fine.
Or can you see her okay right there?
Okay.
Whatever you want.
Here's fine.
Go ahead.
Impromptu discussions are my favorite, so it's nice to see all of you today. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So I wanted to talk about 2 particular things related to transportation. Which
Wait, and can you re-say your name and your job?
This is Ashley Dunn. I work with the California Resources Board in the Mobile Source Control Division. I previously worked on the cap and trade program. That was my past life, but now working on transportation issues. So the first 2 things I wanted to mention to you, one, we do have 2 programs that are currently underway, which you guys were mentioning earlier, car sharing pilot programs in disadvantaged communities, one being in LA City, the other in the Sacramento region. These programs are just in their early stages of implementation, and they will be taking off very shortly. We have folks who work on those programs in my group, which I'd be more than happy to put you in touch with. But I also wanted to talk about the study that Jacob mentioned earlier pertaining to Senate Bill 350. So as you know, Senate Bill 350 is very broad, but it focuses specifically on transportation electrification, which is really important in the state. So what we're working on right now is a statewide study of the barriers that low-income communities face to accessing transportation options. And when we talk about transportation options, we're looking across the board. So not just zero and near zero emission vehicles, but also active transportation, walking, biking, public transit, et cetera. So this study is really important. We're definitely looking forward to your input, and we're actually working with Trish to figure out a way to get an agenda item on one of the next meetings to talk about this in more detail and answer some specific questions. But again, it is a statewide analysis. We do have to publish this study by January 1, 2017. We're working under a very tight time frame, so your input on this is really important. We're looking at 5 main barrier categories right now. Just to kind of name a few, I don't want to go into too much detail because we have limited time, but we're looking at accessibility and convenience of transportation options. We're looking at affordability, so the cost side of things. Also, what are the community-based needs? Because not all communities in California are created equal. We have rural communities that need some consideration. And I heard a couple of folks mention that earlier. But also we have education and outreach, which not only is a barrier, but a huge opportunity in the state as well. And that's one thing that I wanted to mention on this study. It's not just what are the barriers, but what are the opportunities for overcoming those barriers. And the 5th thing, which we've also talked about today, is infrastructure. So that's one of the main barrier categories we're looking into, which would include infrastructure, planning, as well as investment. So I just wanted to let you guys know I'm really happy to work with you on this. If you have additional questions, feel free to mention them today, but I'll also make myself available if you guys want to email me directly or have a phone call. Sure. So right now, great point. So the study has to be published by January 1, 2017. We're actually amidst our public process right now. So we have a roundtable discussion next Wednesday, June 1st in Southeast LA. It's being hosted by Communities for a Better Environment. It's a 2-part meeting. The first part is a meeting from 2 to 4 with the stakeholders to talk about the analysis that we've been working on and get their input. But we're also going to be meeting with the folks within the community to get an on-the-ground understanding of what barriers they're facing.
Anyone?
Any questions? I really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Okay. You got it? Yeah, go ahead.
think a lot of us are aware of your study, and it's one of the reasons some of us pushed for an extended timeline for the release of the plan, because between your study and the work coming from OWIHA, that's also due that same date. So a lot of reading for us in January. You know, it's going to be very useful. We think this is going to be, we hope this is going to be very useful in finalizing recommendations in this plan. If you could send out the information, I think I do have the information. Are you planning other roundtable discussions though? So if you could send out a calendar of those, that would be so useful to the group, I think.
Perfect point, Kevin. Thank you for raising that. So we are planning on doing additional public meetings throughout the summer of this year to support this effort. So we're hoping to do the next roundtable in the July timeframe, but again, we're trying to coordinate with all of the other activities.
And that's a good point. This is what I talked about yesterday, and we can talk about it some more today in terms of scheduling the community meetings. What I'm doing is I'm working with Ashley and other folks in the other divisions to coordinate our EJ-related outreach community meetings. So, you know, we have a shared calendar that we put together. They're populating it with their meetings. We're populating it with our EJAC and community meetings and so on and so forth. And so we'll talk about that as we go through the community meeting planning. We'll populate a calendar, and then you guys can look at that and see if that works with in terms of synergizing with the community meetings that we're trying to put together here, so that we can get the right people hearing as much of the informational content that that would be useful for the local communities.
The only other thing I'll mention is that we are going to the board in July with an informational update. We want the board to be very aware of what it is that we're working on, and we have been briefing them along the way on this project because it's really critical. We've been working very closely with the two new EJ board members, Diane Takvorian, Dean Flores, and we're hoping that Dean and Diane will attend some of our meetings. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. Oh, we have one more
So
comment
just
question.
super quickly,
Yeah.
thank you for partnering with one of the CBOs. I think that it will be very successful in terms of outreach, and then also, you know, really hearing from folks on the ground of what are their daily experiences that can get translated. So really appreciate that.
We look forward to it. Thank you, Giselle.
Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it. So we're going to move on to our next agenda item. We're just about 20 minutes behind. We're going to start water now. And Stephanie, you're up.
So good morning. I'm Stephanie Cotto. I'm the staff at ARB that's coordinating the interagency group for the water sector. I'd like to start out with just a few points on background. I'll talk about existing measures we're building from, talk about how we think the water sector can contribute to meeting the 2030 targets, and then talk a little bit about incentive programs and data gaps. So first of all, California's water system is a complex infrastructure for storing and moving water where it's needed. This network enables us to meet population water needs amidst, you know, a wide variability in annual rainfall, and the fact that most of the rainfall and snow actually is occurring north of Sacramento, but we have, you know, large population centers in the southern part of the state. Our growing population is expected to put mounting pressure on the water system. So anticipating future supply issues, we think that supplies are likely to come from a combination of improved conservation measures, improved water use efficiency, better management of our water supplies, use of recycled water, potential groundwater remediation, desalination, and expanding storage.
Can you slow down and repeat that list again?
I'm sorry. So when we talk about future water supplies, we think that some of the sources will be conservation, water use efficiency, better management of surface and groundwater, use of recycled water, groundwater remediation, desalination, and greater water storage. Sure. So some of you may have seen an Energy Commission study that was done a few years back. It was looking to estimate the use of energy in the water system And their estimates were that energy use is estimated to consume 19% of the state's electricity and 30% of its non-power plant natural gas. So, moving forward, when we talk about AB 32 and reducing greenhouse gases in this sector, a lot of the focus has been on strategies that would reduce the energy consumption to, move, treat, convey water. So currently, California is implementing several targeted water use efficiency, recycling, and conservation programs that help us get to our greenhouse gas goals. The Water Conservation Act has a target of a 20% per capita water use reduction by 2020. And it also requires ag water management plans and efficient water management practice for ag water suppliers. So some state measures that are being implemented that'll help us achieve some of these conservation targets include appliance efficiency standards. The latest set of regulations on that front actually started to go into effect January 1 of this year, and those are updated toilet, urinal, and faucet regulations to reduce water consumption. The State Water Board also has a recycled water policy, and that aims to increase the use of recycled water from municipal sources. And those have some specific targets for both the 2020 and 2030 timeframes in the areas of recycled water, stormwater use, water conservation for urban and industrial uses. And one of the important pieces of that is a target to substitute as much recycled water for potable water as possible. I guess why that's important is recycled water can actually, if it doesn't substitute for existing water uses, like potable water use, then it could actually increase the energy load, because there might be more energy required to treat recycled water. So substitution on that front is important. So with respect to groundwater, some areas of the state rely heavily on groundwater. And the energy used to pump the groundwater is one of the areas that we're looking at. There is a Sustainable Groundwater Management Act now, and then I believe about a week ago, Department of Water Resources actually adopted regulations that frame out these sustainability plans that are required under that bill. I'll talk a little bit more about that in detail when I talk about data gaps, because that's one of the areas we've kind of identified under data gaps. But in terms of something that the Department of Housing and Community Development has done on the waterfront related to the drought executive order is they recently adopted building standards requiring a water budget for landscape irrigation, and that went into effect last summer. And right now, Housing Community Development is also working on AB 2282, and that's conducting research to assist in developing mandatory regulations for installation of recycled water systems in new single and multifamily residential buildings. So I was going to get into kind of moving beyond 2020 into 2030, unless there's some questions kind of on the background information. Okay. So in terms of moving us beyond on what the core measures that we have now, the Safeguarding California Plan and the California Water Action Plan actually call for expanding that 20% urban and ag water conservation goal. I don't know if it's specifically called out, but in terms of the discussions in our interagency working group, we were talking about an increase to a 30% by 2030 target. So I'd like to hear some comments from EJAC on that front. Also, we'd like to call out working towards reducing the carbon footprint of water systems for both surface and groundwater as a target. That would also include increasing the amount of renewable energy that's used within the water system. And also the strategies that are carved out in the short-lived climate pollutant strategy on the water treatment plants are another measure that we're incorporating into the scoping plan goals. That's looking at capturing methane that's not already captured or is flared for more beneficial uses like electricity generation. And we also believe that since the water sector is a large consumer of energy, that the broader goals that are being implemented under SB 350 on energy efficiency and greater use of renewables will also help, overall reductions in greenhouse gases from the water sector. So I did talk about, low carbon water management systems. The state is leading by example in this regard. Department of Water Resources actually recently met its 2020 Climate Action Plan goal, and that was to reduce greenhouse gases by 50% below 1990 levels by 2020. That was actually largely attributed to the fact that they no longer did some of their coal contracts for energy for their water needs. DWR's longer-term goal is actually in line with the governor's longer-term climate goal, which is to reduce emissions by 88% below 1990 levels by 2050. So that is an existing target they have that we like to keep pushing towards. To achieve this goal, water agencies can work towards diversification of energy portfolios. I think I already mentioned that reducing energy needs and fuel needs through efficiency and renewable energy would be a way to get there. Let's see. So ultimately, if we were to get to a low carbon water management system, that would most likely mean procuring remaining electricity needs from renewable and carbon-free sources. Let's see. Are there any comments or questions about that? Because I was going to move into some of the data gaps that we see.
No? Yeah? Okay.
Okay, so farmers like myself are buying solar panels like crazy if commodity prices are good enough to afford it. And, switching out keeping our electric pumps, but putting enough solar panels to try and average out our groundwater pumping for the year. And it's extremely affordable. And the 30% tax credit, of course, is what makes it very affordable from the federal government. If that tax credit were to go away, I don't know if it's going to stay there or not. So does California plan on keeping an equivalent rebate for that kind of thing for the next several years in case the federal credit would go away?
That's definitely something that we could bring forth to the working group as a recommendation. I know, there are a number of incentive programs and Department of Water Resources through the GGRF money. I know they did spend, I think it was over 70% of their projects in disadvantaged communities. I don't know the details of how many of those were actually, what you're talking about is the solar pumping, but that's something I could definitely bring back to our working group as we talk about strategies going into the future, and then on the implementation front, what programs you think are making the most impact.
And then, I've mentioned this in another meeting, at the same time as I put in my solar panels, my neighbor takes out his electric pump and puts in a natural gas engine because that's cheaper. Natural gas was so cheap, it was cheaper than electricity. He didn't see the benefit of going to solar yet. So I don't know, that could probably be multiplied many times where people would be switching different fuels, just based on price. So we need to keep the price of the fossil fuel higher than the electric solar alternative somehow, or there'll always be pressure to switch to the cheaper fuel. And there's no rules against that. If you have a natural gas pipeline coming by your farm, you can do that, and if not, maybe diesel will be cheaper one day than electricity. Maybe it is right now. I see diesel pumps running too. And then another comment on the, I assume the state owns all the pumps for the State Water Project, DWR or somebody. They run all the pumps, right? To pump water from Northern California to Los Angeles.
I believe they do.
Yeah, definitely, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the state's got to start building solar panels just for pumping water, and they can pump water directly during the day when the sun shines and build up a reserve, you know, not even have to have storage for pumping at night. But you got that right of way up and down that canal for hundreds of miles that you could put solar. The state should be putting solar panels on, doing their part to meet these goals.
So I don't know if Colin, you have a comment on that, but I wonder if, as far as the sister agency thing, can you all find out if there's already, for example, plans in the works to do that?
I can do that since you know, they've already met their shorter term goal. At least DWR has. I'll ask them about any plans they've mapped out to get to, you know, their ultimate 80% reduction goal.
Go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to work with here, so I'll try not to go on too long, but Tom hit a bunch of good points. It's my understanding, actually, that the pumps in Tracy are the single largest energy user in the entire state, which does cast some aspersions on the plans to build even bigger tunnels and bigger pumps. So I'd be curious what the Air Board's thinking is on the proposed Delta tunnels and their impacts. On the flip side of, actually, let me add this one piece, just as an overarching framework for the intersection between water, especially for domestic purposes, and greenhouse gas and climate change. In 2012, the state adopted, in fact, it was the first state in the nation to adopt by legislative means a human right to water policy, which states simply and elegantly that it's the state's policy that every human has a right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water for drinking and sanitation. There are a lot of nuances to that as it intersects here, not all of which I think we can probably explore in this particular setting. But among them that Tom raised is that a particularly vulnerable group, especially in the rural setting, in the agricultural setting, is that, as Tom mentioned, a lot of energy is being put into groundwater pumping. And I've been out in the fields, and perhaps Tom knows better than I, but there are a lot of old pumps out there that are running on diesel. And those are particularly impacting the rural low-income communities, who get then doubly hit by the fact that groundwater overpumping, you referenced Sigma, the condition precedent to Sigma was extraordinary groundwater overpumping, unsustainable pumping, which has outstripped the ability of low-income domestic well owners to actually access groundwater. The deeper the water goes, there's actually not an arithmetic, but a logarithmic relationship between how much energy you have to use to pump the water. And there are quality concerns there too. So that particular group bears an extraordinary brunt of the challenges with respect to drought and pumping. There are small households that are paying $300 a month in energy alone just to pump the water. My goodness. Not one thing I'll just add in there in kind of a lump statement that I haven't heard yet in your comments is the extraordinary opportunities with respect to upper watershed management and forest management for water quality, water supply, and greenhouse gas reductions, not least of reason which is that you can reduce fire hazards, which if you've seen the reports on those, we should expect 50% more of them with basically 1 degree change in average annual temperatures. There's a lot of work that can be done there, and I hope that some of our community meetings will tap into the extraordinary expertise of our California Indian tribes in the Sierras. I personally will see to it that we have such a conversation. That actually dovetails with some of the things that I was just reading about that I missed yesterday in waste. For example, composting. If you look at Lawrence Livermore Lab and Carbon Cycle Institute, you can apply compost every year, and in addition to getting the carbon sequestration benefits, you also get the water quality and infiltration benefits, which further reduce costs of treatment and the heavy costs of building conventional storage. which I think is something worth examining from a greenhouse gas construction budget perspective as well. There was mention made also in the waste management of dairies. I think there are a lot of synergies to be done there, especially in the San Joaquin Valley, in terms of treating the waste before it actually converts, which would have, again, two-sided benefits with water quality. All right. I may hold there. But there is a concept being batted around in association with AB 2282 about taking kind of the net zero energy concept and applying net zero water, which I think would be something worth examining with HCD.
Can you say more? What does net zero water?
Net zero water is kind of the equivalent of net zero energy. It's the idea that each household, at least averaged over some period of time, usually annually, is in fact capturing or contributing to the environment as much water as it is using.
Are there examples of that you would, or pilots that you might mention?
You know, there are some pilot efforts. I would have to go dig through my materials to be very specific about that.
Stephanie, I don't know if you want to.
I promised Stephanie that we're going to talk a lot more so that we don't.
No,
belabor
that
this
was
point,
one
but
thing Colin and I were talking about on the break is the need to have a follow-up coordination meeting, not just, you know, obviously with ARB, but with all the involved agencies and then folks that he knows on the local community side, and then just have a very detailed discussion about all the synergies possible, and then just trying to carve out, I think, recommendations, or at least, you know, tee up issues that the agencies could take back for further consideration, and then maybe just have it an iterative process. I don't know if that's what you had in mind, Colin, but, you know, we kind of just started touching the surface on that type of thing.
I've got my list of agencies going already.
Awesome. Okay, we're going to come to Dave and Mary Rose.
So, just a process recommendation, as you were saying that, we do have the EJAC work groups, and I'm hearing about the interagency work groups per sector. We really need to get together.
Just wanted to quickly mention a few things. Colin, you brought up the issue of water quality, and that from forests, and in the forest carbon plan, that's going to be discussed as a strong co-benefit to be considered in managing and creating healthy forests. Tom, I wanted to ask you, when you're talking about water efficiency on farms, I assume you and your fellow farmers are aware of CDFA's SWEEP program, the State Water Efficiency. Is that working for you, or is it helping you and your farmers?
Yeah, 3/4 of the farmers around me, if not 80 to 90% by now, have gone to drip irrigation, and most of those installations were subsidized by that and other programs, certainly. It doesn't, I have to tell you that I'm not using less water just because I went to drip, but I do get a bigger crop for the same amount of water. So, when you eat a plate of food, if that food was growing in the San Joaquin Valley with irrigation, you're consuming 600 to 800 gallons of water. 600 if you're vegetarian, 800 if there's meat on that plate. That's one plate of food. You do that at least twice a day. So, and we have huge problems with our diet in North America, where changes in diet could mean vast water savings, actually, besides all the health savings. That's just another issue that's probably beyond the scope of ARB right now. But changes in diet can reduce greenhouse gases through many means. Eating less pizza would reduce the greenhouse gases in California, definitely.
Thank you.
Tell us the mozzarella.
Well, I know I know that more than 20% of the milk in California is made into mozzarella cheese. I think it's close to 25%. And 99% of mozzarella cheese goes to pizza, so you figure the greenhouse.
You should send that around to the group if you haven't already. We've got a great report on that.
Yeah, it's there. So cutting our pizza eating in half would probably cut at 1 to 2% of California's greenhouse gases directly.
Thank you. So I'm going to come back. We've got Colin and Eleanor. I want to mention that it's 11:30, and ideally, I don't know how much content you have left. I would love it if we could do our next public comment before 12, so that we're breaking for lunch at 12 versus 12:10. I know that's small, but it's a goal.
If I could just, if we are going to go down that path of looking at reductions in mozzarella consumption, we need to have the universities and colleges involved in that discussion as well. That's a significant part of their caloric intake, I think. Right?
And every teenager in the United States.
That's right. Okay. Let's keep it. We got to keep it going.
Levity this time.
Okay, Eleanor.
All right.
I'm going to make us look for shoes again if we don't keep it going. All right, Eleanor.
All right. Really quickly, I think things like water capture systems, residential water capture systems. There was a project that I had the privilege of working with a few years back in South Central LA when we established a water capture system for that community as a prototype, and looking at the ideas of how we can provide some kind of coding or something regarding plumbing of gray water systems, for at least like toilet use or irrigation of landscaping. The other thing is, in terms of food security, and what we're exploring in San Bernardino County is, because of the water issues, is aquaponics. And we have been extraordinarily successful at growing root vegetables from seed, totally organic, with losing only 4% of the water required on a weekly basis. So it is a continuous, it's a closed system that provides renewable source of protein as well as produce.
Great. Okay, Colin, and then we'll go back to Stephanie.
Yeah, I just wanted to green flag Tom's comments as the perhaps the only vegan on the bench here. I don't know if anyone else, but vegetarian. All right. And that prompted a thought on again on upper watershed management, that in addition to dropping meat or reducing meat from our diets, one of the best things we could do for promoting native vegetation is actually to improve rangeland practices. A second thought was, and actually, Trish, I think I had you send this report from the Bay Area that was an examination of various service sectors and consumer practices that relate to greenhouse gas reductions. Among them were an attempt to account for just buying food locally through farmers markets and other opportunities for policymakers, ARB included, to make those more like the default. I'll see if I can go find that again. I don't know if you recall.
I don't recall you sending me that, but actually Stephanie recently has recognized some of the resources on the Bay Area's website, and we've been looking at those and talking about them as possible tools for the committee.
Yeah, it wasn't all specific to water, but the farmers market one was, and there was a lot to be done on kind of the consumer practices side on greenhouse gas reductions.
Okay.
Can I just ask, so Stephanie, you talked a lot about reducing energy use to around water impacts, but when you were talking, Colin, that was around like just how we use water. And so in the strategies for GHG reduction, are these land use practices part of that, or is it really focused on energy use as it relates to water?
We hadn't really gotten into that whole land use and even the forest part of it, and so that's probably something we have to bring up with the group then. I think we're highly focused on the larger energy uses. We didn't talk about the Delta tunnel, so I'll have to bring that up, or we'll have to talk about that in our follow-up meeting. We did talk a little bit about what you brought up under the human rights to water and then the affordability piece, because it's my understanding that right now there's not really a lifeline rate structure. I don't know what you want to call it, but basically, you know, some of the rate structures that apply to more of the low income households that are, you see some in some of the other utility sectors. And so I was told that some of the local water agencies do have such a structure, but that I guess we didn't have a good handle on which ones did, kind of how they model the rates, and maybe kind of you know, what some of the issues they have are. So we kind of put that in the data gap bin for now, but you know, it was something that we thought, well, if we had a bit more data or direction on how that could be translated that into a more of a state level policy, then, you know, that was something we started talking about.
Great, you're talking my language now. So just to signal it for follow-up, we, that is EJCW, working with Pacific Institute and community groups in the Bay in particular, have recognized that data gap and are actually just now concluding a report that does examine a lot of that information. It'll be at a summit in the Bay Area at the California Endowment on July 26th. I will make sure you get an invitation. In terms of the land use and planning piece, there is a working group being convened by Governor's Office of Planning and Research. I've just added them to our list of groups to convene. And just a signal on the affordability prong, when we talked to the State Water Board last year, Assemblymember Dodd passed Assembly Bill 401, which requires by the end of 2017 a statewide plan for water affordability, which some of our discussions on this topic I'm sure will have some impact on.
Is that meeting on July 26th public? Can everyone be invited?
No. Sorry, I said that in a public meeting. My apologies.
It's okay. That's all right. Just checking. Go ahead, Martha.
Maybe this isn't the place to ask, but and so let me know. But I'm very curious about what are. I know how much energy is used to move water around the state, and that's a big footprint. What are the alternatives? I mean, what other? I mean, go local. Okay.
We're looking at, you know, substituting where we can, obviously high energy sources for renewables, just looking at, you know, the local water supplies. That's why we're looking at recycled water and things like that. But I think it's just part of a larger strategy. I know one of the things we were talking about is just, you know, the need to provide clean, safe, and affordable water as kind of a main overarching goal. And sometimes those things always don't merge together well with maybe a very GHG focused, you know, carbon reduction goal, you know, because we want people to have access to clean, safe water. But, you know, if it takes more to do the treatment and things like that, then, you know, how do we prioritize? Or, you know, Tom mentioned irrigation. I know in some cases, the drip systems can possibly increase the energy use, but, you know, clearly there's benefits in saving water. So it's just a matter, I think, of maybe, and maybe that's where the sustainable groundwater management plans are going, is since they've created these sustainability areas, and there's the ability to look at what makes sense for a region or a specific watershed. So that was just one thing when we were talking about, you know, in our interagency working groups, is when we set state policy, it can't always be a one-size-fits-all. You know, we have to have the ability for the experts in the local regions to carve out what's best. So I think we just want to work together, but just be mindful of all the different intersecting pieces and carving out something that makes the most sense for a given region.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that point, one thing that did jump out when Tom was making his comments and when I was reading yesterday's notes, and I was not here for yesterday, is there were quite a few recommendations, draft recommendations, about not covering over ag land with solar panels, and that strikes me as something I'd like to understand more and have had those conversations. But they do seem to be potentially in tension with some of the other goals that we've just discussed.
I think that one was around if we want to get to a higher RPS target, then if we're talking about large solar arrays, then that'll require, you know, a significant amount of land space, and that really shouldn't be on ag lands. I think that was the essence of that. Is the speaker brought up the trade-offs. If we're going to move towards renewables, then it's going to require land space. So how do we formulate a policy that didn't have those negative, I guess, consequences in another sector?
Yeah, and I'll just add to one of your other comments that we should all align around the anti-sprawl movement, because that's the worst thing for water quality, groundwater sustainability, et cetera.
Thank you. Okay, Stephanie, do you have a little more presentation?
I think in kind of that dialogue we kind of hit it. I maybe the only other thing I'd mention is, I guess, not only in the cap and trade auction proceeds area, which is that water energy grant program. DWR told me about this IWRM, Integrated Regional Water Management Program, which actually I guess is an even larger funding source for potential water improvement projects, and that they do have disadvantaged community criterion. I didn't have time to look into the guidelines and see how prescriptive those were or what kind of criteria those were, but I don't know if Colin does, but that's something I could follow up on with this group.
Yeah, just kind of the thumbnail of IRWM, the Integrated Regional Water Management has been for a little over a decade the state's preferred method for stakeholder-based watershed planning, and by virtue of that, the state's preferred vehicle for the distribution of the imperfect funding mechanism that are capital improvement bonds. The most recent of which is Proposition 1, which our organization with many of our colleagues around the state ensured had a unprecedented amount of attention and money to the needs of disadvantaged communities around the state. Among the two prongs that I think will hit home here are the disadvantaged community involvement piece, which is asking of the, I think it's 48 IRWM regions around the state to undertake a needs assessment of water and sanitation needs in disadvantaged communities. An overarching requirement of the IRWM plans that result from that engagement is that they do address climate change, not specifically greenhouse gas reductions, but climate change writ large. Seems like there's an intersection there. And then another prong is through the State Water Board, the provision of technical assistance to communities so that the project concepts actually have the wherewithal to generate project proposals with the engineering and the feasibility studies to back them up, so that the next phase of implementation funds will actually see real material change in the opportunity and lived experience of the disadvantaged communities we're talking about.
If I could just add in, this is Sarah. A few years ago, when I was doing a couple different IRWM projects, there was a PhD student who was doing her dissertation on what the changes really were, and I wonder if we could ask at CCP. That might be interesting for your working group. Maybe. I can't remember her name. It was a woman. It was a few years ago.
There are several people doing that work. It was probably Danielle Dolan, who's now at the Local Government Commission and very much available to us if we want to talk to her.
Cool. Okay. Great. Okay. Are you all done?
I think we hit most of the points that I wanted to bring up.
Great. So, as a reminder, we are looking for your potential recommendations after we hear about each of these, and we've had great comments. I feel like recommendations have been embedded in some of your comments, Colin. We have Mark here. Does anybody else want to bring up any potential EJAC recommendations related to water? Okay, well then, boy, we're going to be a little on time. Trish, what is the scoop with lunch?
Lunch is the same as yesterday, so.
I more mean, like, is it getting here at 12 or 12:10? I'm trying to decide if we need to figure out doing more content because food isn't here, if we can end early for lunch.
The lunch might not be here before 12.
Okay.
So if you want to have any public comment or do anything, there is time. Otherwise, we can move forward and we'll eat when it arrives.
Okay, here would be my recommendation. We check in on public comment, and as a way to jumpstart our conversation about the community workshops, we could take this potential few minutes we have until food comes, and people could go back and look at the flyers that are out, and there's some on the seats too. So things you want to be thinking about related to those would be, which ones do you want to have at your workshops? What else is needed? I could put a piece of chart paper up there. And then the other thing that Floyd raised yesterday was if there are handouts that are very text heavy that you would like to see made into more like an infographic or a flyer kind of a thing, then you could make note of that. All right, so we have a comment right here, Mary Rose.
One of the things that I'm noticing is when we first did our initial recommendations in April, and then the sections that we have today, we're missing the section that's about overall on the scoping plan. And so some of these things, like if we really wanted to, oppose sprawl because it's bad for everything, like where are these overarching kind of frameworks or ideas, and which staff is in charge of that part of the scoping plan? And where are they? Why aren't they here?
Okay, I'm seeing if I can pull up the ones from April that have the overarching. Here, if you can see it, are the overarching questions from April 4. And then here are the overarching. But I don't know if anyone wants to answer the question about staffing.
Yeah, I mean, specifically for this example of the sprawl, I think this is the first time I've heard that as an overarching comment. So we could certainly take that back to our folks and make sure that as we've said before, our intent is to address in some form each of the recommendations that the EJAC has put forth. So when you see the draft scoping plan come out, we will let you know exactly where the recommendations are addressed, either accepted or not for feasibility reasons or whatever. So we will provide you that linkage to the recommendation and where it's at in this scoping plan, including the ones that are coming up in this meeting as well.
Great.
But in terms of the staff at ARB who's writing kind of the overall, because there has to be coordination among and the synergies that we were talking about with these different sectors, who's looking at the overall piece? And even it's like, well, if transportation is going to reduce 30% of the emissions that we need to get to 2030, and industry is this or that, and then it's like when you add it all together, actually it doesn't add up to what our targets are. Like and then the approaches around, it's like, well, an equity lens to different policy strategies. Like which stat, like, I think at the 2014 scoping plan, it may have been Edie at ARB who was kind of overseeing the whole thing. Who is that staff person at ARB this year?
Maybe we could also hear about Mark's role, and I know he wants to comment.
Okay, so and I'll ask Jacob to chime in. So the folks that you saw here, Jacob and Sarah and Stephanie, they are the primary lead staff from ARB side of things to put together the scoping plan. Edie, of course, is also heavily involved, as well as myself and Rajinder Sahota. So all of us are working as a team with our colleagues at the other agencies, including SGC and the other sister agencies. So we're working with these interagency work groups to make sure that these comments are going back to them for consideration and addressing into the scoping plan. So I'll invite Jacob and Stephanie to chime in with additional details if needed.
Yeah, Mary Rose, you raised some valid points with regards to the cross-sector interactions. I mean, through the discussions today and yesterday, there's plenty of overlap, plenty of areas that we're talking about water, but there's land use implications. So those are all areas that in our interagency work groups, there's actually sections, so we've been thinking about the sections for cross sector interactions and flagging those as need be and having the discussions. And it's an iterative process. It's not a one-stop shop where we say, okay, this is an issue in the energy sector. we're assuming transport's going to take care of it. No. I mean, this is discussions that are occurring to say, look, we need to be talking about this. Are we talking about it in both the energy sector and the transport sector? Is it better to talk about it up front? And there's so many of these interactions that we've already identified and will continue to identify through the point that Colin raised. And so, we continue to solicit that feedback. When the draft is published, there may be additional areas that, again, we'll look for additional feedback. But it is a valid point, and it is a point that internally has been raised and that we will be addressing not only in our interagency work group meetings, but in the document that comes out.
I just wanted to add that, again, I'm not ARB staff with SGC, but so I can't speak to all of the overarching topic areas, but on the land use piece, we have been convening an interagency group to figure out not just where the touch points are across the different sectors, but also how do we actually model and quantify that for the purposes of the scoping plan. So yesterday when we were talking about natural and working lands, I mentioned that when we were looking at the alternate future scenarios of growth, the images that I put up, and we said from a GHG standpoint, the impact of that is both the loss of carbon sequestration from natural and working lands that are converted to development, and also an addition of GHG emissions from transportation and also from energy and water and other sectors. And so we're trying to figure out how to at least get those into common currency so we can add them together to say when, for instance, an acre of land is converted from this use to this use, here's the GHG impact, and then sort of knit that throughout the scoping plan. And so I think there's a really earnest and difficult, frankly, effort across agencies to knit land use together as one of the cross-sectoral themes, at least in practice. And I'm happy to talk more with anybody offline about sort of how that's going. I think I would say too that it's mostly an off-model approach, because the pathways model doesn't have a land use component to it. So what we are envisioning would happen would be that we somehow quantify that outside of pathways, and then it becomes it's added into, or we have outputs from that off-model calculation that then get input into pathways, and we're still figuring out the mechanics of how to make that work. I hope that's helpful.
I just wanted to clarify that the draft recommendations that you received today are in addition to the Brawley recommendations. They haven't been combined yet. So those recommendations need to be approved by the committee before those are combined, and then I'll do the same thing with today's recommendations. Provide those to you, and then the committee will approve those, and then we'll combine them all into one document.
Any comments or head shaking on that? Yes? No?
I wanted to add some of our earlier recommendations that we discussed when it comes to the whole scoping plan altogether was this idea of metrics. We're getting really close to 2020, and we're going to be into the 2020s before we know it. And I really want us to have some dashboard that we can create with the scoping plan, so by the time we hit that first benchmark in 2020, we can actually tell, like, well, the reason we might not be reaching this is because these regions haven't been implementing their SCSs, or maybe the reason is because the pumping technology isn't reaching all of the farmers. So what are the measurables, and how do we tie that all together to make sure that we actually reach our 2020 goal? And if we hit 2020 and we're behind, how do we know that we can adjust appropriately moving forward so that we're not even further behind by the time we get to 2030? Because we've talked a few times about, to reach the 2030 goal, we're basically going to have to ratchet up the activities we've already been doing. So if we're behind in 2020 or any year thereafter, we're going to have to make serious adjustments as we move forward to make sure we meet our goals. So that's like one thing that I wanted to flag. But the other thing I wanted to flag just because it's been sort of in my brain and kind of bugging me a little bit since our first briefing call with Jacob last week on the transportation sectors. There's still so much work to be done, it seems like, in drafting the scoping plan. Originally, the timeline was that it would be out in March, then it was delayed until May, and then we extended the scoping plan timeline so we could have this outreach, which is great. But I'm getting a little concerned about what the content of these community workshops is going to be and how we ensure that what we hear, because I'm okay being really broad when we go out to the community and saying, hey, here's the themes we're looking at with transportation, what do you think? But I want to make sure that that feedback comes to you at an appropriate time so that you can actually include it in your draft. Like if we're not there yet with the scoping plan, like can we hit the pause button on this so we can go out and all the interagency folks can come to these community workshops and pose these questions to a broader audience and then use that feedback around metrics and different strategies to inform your actual draft of the scoping plan. I'm just worried about the timeline because I feel like you guys are going to leave here and go to your interagency work groups and keep crunching away, and we're going to go to the community and keep like asking these questions. How do we make sure that this is all going to come together in an appropriate time so that when we finish this outreach in August and we're saying, okay, here's our final recommendations based on all this feedback we heard, that we're not having to restart everything. Do you understand my question? I mean, like, how do we make this work? Because I don't want to, like, I'm super excited about all the work we're putting into these workshops and all the money and the investment that ARB is willing to commit to that, but I want to make sure that it actually gets used appropriately, and I'm worried now about progress that you all have. Because if you were done, then it'd be one thing, because we'd be like, oh, like it's already out, and now we can go out and do outreach, and they can come listen, but you're still working on it. So how do we make sure that doesn't conflict?
So, I mean, this is just my 2 cents, and Floyd or Mary or anybody else could trump me after my 2 cents. But in essence, it's all a process, right? So I think the comments and the recommendations that you're making are based on your experiences with the policies, your review of existing literature, of what's happening on the ground in the communities. And I think from at least from my personal perspective, this is my first exposure to this group, and a lot of the discussion here, I agree, I appreciate, and I think from my perspective, it'll be taking it back to the group, like Floyd mentioned, having the discussions and looking at the recommendations. How do we incorporate this? Is it feasible? If it's not, what's the rationale? And having that further follow-up discussion with you folks. In terms of the actual drafting of the plan, running the model, getting the results from the model, formulating recommendations, that's all part of the process. When the draft is released in August, or later on in the year, again, presumably there's going to be another round of feedback. So based on your review, how is that incorporated? Floyd mentioned that we would go through the recommendations and look through the scoping plan to say, how are we incorporating what your thoughts are, what your recommendations are? If we're not incorporating it, why not? What's the rationale? Is it feasible? Is it technologically impossible? Having that discussion. And again, it's iterative. It's a process. It's not. We're not going to decide everything today. And again, it's just part of the process of developing this plan.
So I want to respond to that too, because I obviously wasn't on the previous EJAC, but I did read all of the materials. And one response that I found really interesting when you were responding to EJAC comments was a lot of the responses were that it's beyond the scope of the scoping plan, which I found really interesting, because scoping plan defines the scope. And so how could we say that anything is beyond the scope of the scoping plan was really interesting to me. And I just, part of what we've been trying to do with these timeline discussions, I would not like to see that term in the address. That just shouldn't be a response to a recommendation, right? We're doing this because it's a scoping plan, and that's the point. But part of what we've been trying to do with this timeline is make sure we get input to you at an appropriate time so that you can actually include this in your deliberations and discussions and then in the draft scoping plan. And so I'm starting to sense this sort of out of sync between where the interagency work groups are and what we're trying to do. We had expected that by now there would be draft documents related like Natural and Working Lands did, and that you'd be halting your work to come to these workshops to hear from us, to hear from the community, that we provide another round of recommendations, and then you would start working on the revised draft. But it sounds like we're going to be working at the same time, and so that's the tension that I want to make sure. I don't want you guys to be working on this 20, 30-page document and then have us come in and be like, oh, this is totally off base from what we've been hearing in all these community meetings that ARB just invested all this money in, and it's like, how do we rectify that moving forward?
Yeah, Katie, thanks for all these comments. Just to add a little bit to what Jacob mentioned, you know, as we, when we revised the timeline back in February, we added this new step of the discussion draft, and we said the timeline for that was to release in, you know, late May. So we're still on that schedule. You know, we don't have it here in front of you, obviously, for you to comment on, but we're still shooting for that sort of time frame to release that document to you so that you can start providing feedback on that. And we're going to take it back. We're going to take your feedback here and take that back to those who are drafting that document so that we can, you know, start incorporating these things. With regard to, you know, kind of I think you're describing kind of a sequential process. I'm not sure I view it that way. I mean, to me, you know, the efforts that are going on with the interagency work groups and our discussions with the EJAC, these are going in parallel and they're informing each other. And, you know, now we're adding a third element, which is the community meetings. And that's another part that's going to inform the process as we're moving forward. You brought up the example of metrics. I mean, I'd like to hear what the communities think are appropriate metrics. So I think, you know, when we gather up all that information and that feedback, that'll be feeding through this iterative process that Jacob described, and that'll be informing both our discussions with the interagency work groups, the folks that are drafting the various portions of the discussion drafts, and also, you know, our interactions with both the EJAC and the community. So I don't necessarily see that as a start-stop type of process. I see those going parallel and informing each other at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sort of struggling with this timing issue, but I also know that that for us, you know, one, the deep dives was very helpful. What's our next sort of internal, as a committee, capacity building, so that when we are making our final recommendations, because some of them weren't in the scope of the scoping plan, and we just have to face the fact that how do we, you know, and there may be those things that we want to continue to work on, but some of our stuff did fall outside of that. So I think we need to do a little better job about focusing our recommendations and making sure that they're focused on things that we can move. You know, we want to push the envelope constantly, do more, do better, reduce more, clean things up more, but at the same time, let's make sure that they are within the elements of the scoping plan, because I think we struggled with that last time. And then the last thing I want to say is, because I've been holding this for a bit, around this overreaching issues in that I mean, when it sort of says this cultural shift, and it says not for sprawl, I think we have to say that it's to have equity at the center of it, because if we just say not for sprawl, then, you know, we get the kind of policies that have not helped low-income communities. So we should be really explicit about, you know, wanting equity to be at the center of these, that we want to not only reduce emissions, improve health, but create a more equitable society, whether that's around getting cars, you know, getting those zero-emission cars in the hands of poor people, or if it's making sure that we're doing energy efficiency retrofits and that we're finding a way to solve the rental price, you know, getting all of those things, but equity at the center. And yeah. Don't bring that in here.
Okay, are we ready to break for lunch? Any final comment? All right, we're 5 minutes after noon. for the webcast, in case anyone's wondering, we actually don't have any members of the public here. So going once, going twice. If you're secretly a member of the public. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch, and we'll come back in an hour. Or can we come back at 1 o'clock? Can we have a 55-minute lunch? Anyone mind? No? Yes? 105? All right. See you at 1 o'clock. I'm looking for more time for your community meeting discussion. That's all. See you at 1. Okay, everybody. We are going to go ahead and get started. I hope you had a good lunch. Welcome back, anyone who is looking in on the webcast. We are glad you are here. We are on the last half of our 2-day meeting. We are going to be adjourning today at 4. The next thing that we are going to be doing is we are going to be focusing in on industry. We're going to hear again from Stephanie. I am hoping that we can have this agenda item wrap up by 2:15 so that we can then focus on the community workshops. If you can see to my right, maybe on your left, later in the afternoon, we're going to be using this wall to really get into the weeds on locations, people, all kinds of details. Katie has a mock-up draft agenda and some content that she will be showing you to help kick off the discussion. And then if we have a little bit of time, we will see what we can do to do a little red, yellow, green carding your current draft recommendations, and then we will wrap up our meeting. Does anyone have any questions on what we're doing this afternoon? Okay, take it away, Stephanie.
So there's no separate interagency working group for this particular sector, largely because, the main strategy under this sector is our cap and trade program, and that's something that, ARB is in charge of. But I would like to, before I get into cap and trade, I would like to give the group a flavor of, what's been happening in some of the facility categories that would be, reducing greenhouse gases and other criteria pollutants and toxics. So first of all, So first of all, under the high GWP gas area, we've had a number of actions that have been adopted, and actually I had a lot of success in that area. AB 32 required us to adopt a series of early action measures, and several of those were actually focused in the high GWP area. Some of the examples are, motor vehicle air conditioning system, refrigerant emission reduction regulation, sulfur hexafluoride limits on utility and non-utility semiconductor applications, and there's several others. An area that wasn't an early action item measure, but we've had a lot of success in is the stationary equipment refrigerant management program, and that's specifications for commercial and industrial refrigeration. And that's had a lot of penetration in the supermarket area, and as everyone knows, supermarkets are everywhere in the communities, so that's had actually a lot of impact. Further movement in the high GWP area is actually coming under the short-lived climate pollutant strategy, and so scoping plan is subsuming that action. What's been outlined under that plan is that there's a preference actually for national and international agreements around high GWP gases, and if that can be achieved through the Montreal Protocol, that's actually I think the preferred approach, but if that doesn't pan out, then ARB is going to evaluate the feasibility of a phase-down program for California, and that would include potentially financial incentives for low GWP refrigeration early adoption, a California HFC supply phase-down in partnership with the European Union, Canada, Japan, and Australia, a potential sales ban on very high GWP refrigerants, and high GWP refrigerant prohibitions in new stationary systems. So that would include new commercial, industrial, and residential stationary refrigeration and air conditioning equipment. Another area where we've got some recent activity is actually in the oil and gas sector. ARB staff is currently working on a regulation to adopt standards for crude oil and gas facilities. The discussions are actually still ongoing with both the air districts and stakeholders, but some of the elements that staff is currently looking at include vapor collection on uncontrolled oil and water separators and tanks, leak detection and radar on components like valves and flanges and connectors, as well as underground natural gas storage well sites, no bleed pneumatic devices and pumps, and more. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. I had a typo there. Let's see, more frequent methane monitoring at underground natural gas storage facilities. And so that's some of the components that are being considered right now under the oil and gas reg. Another thing I wanted to mention is that under AB 1496, ARB is working with agencies and scientific experts on monitoring methane hotspots and potentially conduct a life cycle greenhouse gas emission analysis of natural gas production, both within California and imported into California. And in the near term, staff plans to hold a science workshop to collect the best available knowledge on this topic, and we'll be evaluating future policies and programs to incorporate that information. So on to cap and trade. I think folks are well aware that we've got an effort undergoing right now to amend the cap and trade program for post 2020. The current staff proposal is to propose a post 2020 program to realize the 2030 target of 40% below 1990 levels. This proposal includes modifications to allowance allocation, which is free allowances for transition assistance and emission leakage prevention, inclusion of international offset credits generated through approved credit programs, and linkage with the cap and trade program in Ontario. The preliminary proposal includes declining annual caps for the post-2020 period, continued linkage with Quebec, and alignment of compliance periods to support California's compliance demonstration with the Federal Clean Power Plan.
Stephanie, could you speak a little more into the microphone? Your words are a little muffled.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
think before I had it too close and there was a lot of feedback. So
I know,
I'm just
it's
trying
hard.
to
Too
get the
close,
sweet
too
spot, I
far.
guess.
Okay.
Let's see, where am I? The post 2020 cap is a cumulative emissions cap for 2021 through 2030. The 10-year cap is divided into annual budgets, each of which specifies the number of allowances created each year. And staff is proposing to keep the 8% offset limit the same. The cap and trade program has 4 quarterly auctions that provide GGRF monies that are being spent in a variety of ways. As this group knows, 10% directly goes into EJ communities and 25% needs to benefit EJ communities. A critical companion piece to our cap and trade reg is the adaptive management program, and I know this group has actually been briefed on that. It's a program we feel is critical to keep track of what's going on at the facility level, and I guess if there's any questions about that, either Johnny or Trish can probably speak to what's currently going on in that, because they're the experts and they're working on that program. One of the things I wanted to tee up is I know there's been some issues with cap and trade and looking at different alternatives to it, and some of the I wanted to bring up 2 potential scenarios to have this group weigh in on. This group has actually talked about facility-specific requirements as an option, so that would be command and control regs. If we were to do that, entities would achieve on-site reductions from a historical baseline to 40% below that level by 2030 with interim targets. There would be no trading of excess reductions. For large sectors, reductions could potentially be achieved through fuel switching and electrification of boilers. This could also require greater stringency in existing complementary program areas. It's likely that most of the low-cost reductions, such as boiler optimization, will have been used before 2020 to achieve the target, which ultimately may leave more higher cost strategies to get further reductions. Yes.
Sorry, is that clear to everyone? I feel like it's. Anyone have any questions on that so far? I was like, I think I know what that is.
I guess it's just like tweaks to potentially increase fuel efficiency, things like that.
Can you do the mic? Yeah, that would be great.
So we've dealt with a new battery.
The first option that I'm talking about,
There we go.
was our current program. So we currently
It does project. Yeah, no one's ever had any trouble hearing me, fortunately or unfortunately. Yeah, thank you. Sometimes outside the room. So these boilers are really huge. We're talking about, you know, thousands of gallons of capacity, and they're used in a variety of industrial areas, especially around food preparation for packing and shipping. So they have pilot lights and burners, and they're mostly natural gas, though there are some fuel oil ones. So there are a lot of opportunities there around emissions for increasing the types of, changing the types of lighting. We really would like them to electrify these boilers. So that's what we're hoping to see them go toward, but it's expensive. So optimizing them at this point now is the idea. It's a natural gas burner. And obviously you're trying to heat up, again, thousands of gallons of things. The emission from that through the stack is pretty huge. So most of the technology has focused on that stack and cleaning up the exhaust from that stack. But in the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of new technology come forward around the pilot lights and the burners themselves and how to make them more efficient and more effective. And again, we've seen some pilots for actual electrical technology to be used in this heating. It's a cost-benefit issue too, though. Electricity is actually more expensive than natural gas in this scenario, so it's trying to incentivize them to flip over. But there are literally also thousands of these boilers around there, not just hundreds, but there's, and they use them also, by the way, in the cracking process in the refineries as well.
So the boilers can be found mostly where? In warehouses and refineries?
Mostly not in warehouses, in places where food is processed and canned or frozen. So they have to use very high temperatures for those kinds of things. And they don't do it in small batches like when they make ketchup, for instance. I'll use that as an example of a big plant out in the west side of the valley, out close to the I-5 where Nice Avenue meets I-5, which is a pathway I take to go to San Francisco all the time. But anyway, when those boilers are running, there's 3 stacks on that thing, and at night, you can see these huge white billowing clouds, which is mostly steam from the heat interacting with the outside air. But still, the emissions there are pretty incredible. And just imagine that. Think of ketchup alone and how much of it is used in this country, and a big chunk of it is made in California. So yeah. And that's for that part. And then the oil industry is really huge in energy offset credits. Man, I'll tell you, they are. And the local air district and their credit system for this is huge. And, you know, so everything they do as far as efficiency, they want to get paid for. So it's really, this is a difficult nut to crack. This is very complex. Anyway.
Actually, one of the things I forgot to mention was that
it was helpful, so people know more about boilers now than they ever wanted to. So.
A few years back, we did adopt a regulation requiring large industrial facilities to actually do an energy efficiency audit. And so that required surveys to go out, and they collected a lot of data. I know on our website, all the reports are now there. So it's the results of this survey distilled by facility type. And it covers refineries, cement plants, hydrogen, oil and gas and mineral production facilities, and the power plants. Right now, staff is working on, I guess, phase 2 of that whole process, where they're culling together the information from each of those facility types into a findings report. So that'll be, have some preliminary findings and some potential recommendations on how to move forward. Phase 3 would be engaging stakeholders. So once that report is out, they would, put the draft out and have a series of public meetings to get input on what to do with the data and any specific recommendations that folks have. So I just wanted to let this group know that that's being worked on. I don't have a current timeline for when each of the phases are going to be done, but right now they are working on that findings report and getting that out.
So Stephanie, I had a quick comment about the command and control analysis that ARB does, because Trish sent me this 8-page list of links of outreach materials, and I did click on all of those links. And one of those links, and of course I can't remember which one it is, and my computer's updating itself, so I can't look it up. I noticed the analysis that you do when you compare command and control to cap and trade is looking exclusively at industry costs. And you'll say, look, it costs the same for industries to meet the standard, you know, either this way through purchasing auction credits or this way through reducing and changing their production practices. So, but cap and trade has more potential for lower costs, so we're choosing that. What it doesn't include, though, is that in those two scenarios, the emissions outcomes are not the same. In cap and trade, if you're buying credits or offsets, your emissions are still up here, versus in command and control, your emissions are now down here. And so I wanted to make that clear that I noticed, I forget which outreach material it was, because it was a lot of links that you sent me. You were very thorough. But that's not the same thing. So I think simply limiting our analysis to what it will cost for industry to comply is one thing, but to also look at what the actual emissions will be at the end of the day is something totally separate. And the outcomes in that regard are completely different between command and control and cap and trade. So I just wanted to point that out as something I'd like to see included in the analysis for the scoping plan when you're looking at that alternative.
And you're talking about facility that, or data that might be aggregated versus at the facility level?
No,
or?
facility level. So it was an example where it was like facility A, facility B, and it was showing what cap and trade would do as far as cost. You buy this credit, you sell this credit, and then it was facility A, facility B cost when you meeting the command and control regulation. And what it doesn't say is that even though you're spending the same amount in cap and trade, your emissions are still above this threshold because you've bought credits or offsets, versus in command and control, it's. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, when the analysis equated the two, and it's not the same because the emissions are different in cap and trade. Like, you could still be emitting above this line that we've set because you bought credits versus.
I think that needs to be noted, that the cost of what we're required to analyze by regulation, by
Can you put the mic closer?
Is cost of compliance with the rule. This doesn't work, so it doesn't make any difference. I could use it or not. I hear what you're saying. It's a valid point. It just isn't. It doesn't fit in the context that you're talking about.
Nobody can hear you. Sorry, for the webcast.
For the webcast, on the analysis of the cap and trade rule versus command and control, the issue that is being analyzed in the example that you're talking about is the cost to the covered entity of cost of compliance.
We've had that happen already.
With the regulation. I'm not going to take it personally, but I'm sorry. I didn't need to speak on that, except it just seemed like there was nothing to be. I wanted to make it clear that that would be one of those situations where you could put in a footnote, you could put it in the intro, you could put it somewhere, but it's not going to fit with the analysis that we're required to do specifically on the cost of compliance, which is required by administrative law. So it's just a different thing. I get what you want, and you've made the point. So. Can I say something about cap and trade right now? I should have said it right after I got back from lunch. Okay, well, I just wanted to point out that we had an auction, and the results were posted today at noon. And the auction results were posted at noon. We don't post officially the revenue to the state until everything has cleared, but there's going to be probably quite a bit of press attention to it, so I thought this group ought to know about it, because the auction did not sell out the allowances, and the revenue to the state from this auction was zero. None. So we're still within the realm of what the legislature was predicting and planning to spend, because we've raised more money from the other auctions than was predicted. And there's going to be a lot of speculation, and we do not speculate about what's happening in the market, because that has an impact on the market. But as a matter of, just what we're saying officially about it, what we've commented on is that we're in the midst of a compliance period. People don't have to bid. No one is required to go into the auction. If they aren't, it probably means that they have enough allowances so that they feel confident that they're going to be able to comply when the time comes, or that they'll be able to get them in the future. And we certainly think that there's some sense out there that that the program is not necessarily going to continue beyond 2020, which may have an impact on revenue. And I think that's going to be a topic that the legislature is going to be very interested in. We have told them time and time again that the number of allowances is going down, the number of emissions is going down. Our job is to meet those targets. It's not to raise money for the state. The money that comes to the state is secondary, and it's been, we think, good that it was able to be spent on good things, and there are many things that people would like to see the money spent on. But for those of you who take a position one way or the other about cap and trade, I just think it's important to note that it's not a guarantee that you'll raise money every time you have an auction. And we've said frequently that we didn't want to be stuck with predicting revenue because of that volatility of markets. But this is, a rather dramatic illustration of that fact, I think. So you can think about what it means. I'm happy to answer any questions later, but thought you should know.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Colin, Mary Rose. We'll come back to you, Stephanie, after that.
All right, well, much to think on there. Stephanie, along the way, you had mentioned with respect to oil and gas, the discussion around facilities. I wasn't entirely sure how to bound that. So the question came to mind, and maybe you can help inform this. The natural gas procurement sites, pumping facilities where you're actually doing the extraction are known in some high-profile examples, but also fairly routinely to have leaks of both methane, natural gas, and other constituents. Did that factor into what you presented to us? And if not, where, if at all, is that reflected here?
So you're asking what does that oil and gas reg currently cover? The one that's being worked on?
Yes,
right
and
now?
embedded in my question is a recommendation that we also address the kind of fugitive emissions from the extraction.
That
wells.
is my understanding that is the process that it's covering, is
okay.
the extraction process. There's, I guess, another process that you could piece out, which I don't believe is covered, is how to move that from that extraction site to like a refinery. I don't know if anybody knows if that, it doesn't include that, right? Okay.
Under the draft proposed regulation. It has not been adopted.
Oh.
Do you mind repeating for the audience on the internet what was just said from the crowd?
Yeah, so this is Floyd to respond to your question, Colin. Taking that from Mary, that doesn't work. I was channeling Mary. To respond to your question, Colin, the proposed rulemaking, as it's currently drafted, does cover the fugitive emissions from the upstream operations involving extraction and production. There's a separate rulemaking that's under CPUC's jurisdiction, where they're looking at the transmission and distribution leakage emissions. Then we're working with them on that one. That's their 1371 effort. I believe that'll go. They're working on it with a time frame of next year. So, does that answer your question?
It does.
Yeah. Let's see where to start. At some point, yeah, it is interesting to hear that the auctions were zero this time around, because part of what I think we need to balance and make sure is that the emissions reductions are happening, and that especially in environmental justice communities, and it isn't about making money. And so, but I think there's still the question about how these polluters are complying or not under AB 32, and what are the compliance instruments available to them. So it's the combination of free allowances, the credits that they buy, and then the offsets that they buy. And so is it that if the maximum 8% of offsets that they're allowed right now is actually where they're going, instead of buying the credits under California, because that one costs more than the offsets, then that has to be looked at around balancing. But then if we're not seeing the emissions reductions in environmental justice communities, then that so like who's kind of there needs to be a better oversight of these different mechanisms, and with a particular eye to our emissions being reduced in environmental justice communities. So the recommendation I have for industry, which connects to overall, is that there needs to be a better balance of cost containment that is about costs to overall California and not just industries in California participating in the cap and trade program. So because AB 32 says we have to minimize cost to California, but it doesn't necessarily say just California industries. So us as citizens are also paying for this pollution, and so how do we minimize costs to California overall, including its citizens, and maximize benefits to California, and improve air quality in environmental justice communities, so that the math that's used to balance these mechanisms are prominent. And I don't want to just hear cost containment from ARB every time I go to a workshop.
Okay, we pass the mic to Katie, and let's go back to Stephanie so we can have her finish her presentation.
And yeah, just to carry over on Mary Rose's point, that is the big difference in implementation of cap and trade versus command and control, right? Is that we would be able to go to a specific facility and say, you're polluting too much more, like you're polluting more, and we want to be able to tell you to pollute less. And part of the big flaw in adaptive management, which I know we're getting to, is that with the sector-wide standard, even if we find an entity that might be polluting more, say in an environmental justice community, there is no authority at ARB right now to go in and say, you need to pollute less, because it's a sector-wide standard. So I think there's a lot of different permutations of this. I've been playing around with the adaptive management tool when it looks at emissions, and I am troubled to see the numbers going up. I'd like to better understand why. Is it simply because at the time we started measuring, you're looking at like 2010, that we were coming out of a recession, and it's a natural uptick in just 8 entities resuming activity that they were otherwise doing? Or is it because the credits and offsets are allowing them to continue polluting? Tom and I did a quick analysis of just Kern County versus the state as a whole, and it is increasing faster in Kern County than it is in the state as a whole. And so what authority do we have to say, hey, Kern County, where my nephews live and where my mom lives, like, you need to pollute less so that they are less likely to pay the cost with asthma and emergency department visits and these other diseases and health impacts that we know are there. So I'd like to echo Mary Rose's recommendation around a more comprehensive analysis of healthcare costs. My own asthma medications cost about $2,000 for pre-deductibles. So like those types of costs are really real, and we see that every day. And so I'd like to see that equated a little bit more.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just speak real briefly to the question on adaptive management. As you know, we're working with a number of stakeholders on the work group. Martha and Giselle are on that work group along with other stakeholders. Part of what you're seeing with the tool as it stands, and we are revisiting that, is that the tool includes more than what is attributable to cap and trade, and that's part of the reason you're seeing these kind of strange results. And so we need to go back there and take a look at what exactly is in there, and we need to understand what is cap and trade versus what is other programs, and because the idea of the tool is to be able to see whether there are emissions changes that are attributable or under the cap and trade program. And so when we put that together, there was some we need to take a look at the underlying data again to make sure that it is reflecting what you guys want to see. And my understanding is the issue, as you alluded to, is the emissions within the fence lines of those things that are relevant to health impacts, such as criteria and toxic pollutants. And if you've been following the adaptive management process, that is the direction we are going towards in terms of trying to identify and trying to quantify the emissions within the fence lines of each of the cap and trade covered facilities of the criteria pollutants first, and then as we make the toxics data more robust, that would be folded into the adaptive management tool as well. So, we'd be happy to continue working with you on that. But I just wanted to give you, some knowledge, or I'd like to note why you might be seeing some of these results that really doesn't make sense from our perspective, and we need to go back there and take a look at that underlying data.
Okay, so why don't we take one last comment from Kevin, and then let's have Stephanie finish her presentation. Want to make sure you have time for any more recommendations also.
So just a quick question within that nested health impact evaluation. And again, I think we've already discussed a recommendation on this, that health impact definition needs to be expanded to include collateral diseases other than cancer, which is the main health impact that's generally used in CEQA and other analysis. So, but with short-lived climate pollutants, you have a new opportunity here. Obviously, black carbon, the health impacts of that are huge. I don't think we understand well the health impacts of methane, but we certainly understand it as a precursor to PM 2.5. So again, I think you can make that relationship. And then I'll be honest with you, I really don't have any information on HFAs and their potential health implications. I know that the gas that's created when they heat up, phosgene, is obviously a bad thing since it's used in chemical warfare. So at any rate, we need to have that included in any health impacts analysis. So it's fairly new, so I didn't know if the analysis had been expanded to include those SLCPs.
And we can certainly put you in contact with our technical experts on HFCs and those other things, which brings up a point I wanted to make earlier. And some of the questions, a lot of the questions that were raised earlier in the day were really deep in the weeds in a number of our existing programs. When we did the deep dives earlier this year, we were focused on the scoping plan and related efforts. To the extent that the EJAC members want deeper information on these existing programs, we'd certainly be happy to make those folks available to you for additional questions that you may have, just so you can better understand how those programs are working. We had Ashley come in earlier. We can make her available for additional questions on the low carbon transportation incentives programs and other things like that. We can make other folks available if that's the desire of the EJAC. I'm certainly willing to work with my counterparts in ARB to make those resources available to the members.
So it'd be great to have somebody from a WEHA to talk about those health consequences, maybe. I think their evaluation of these is sort of ongoing, and I know we're expecting some work from them
are
here
working
coming
with
up. So
yeah,
I think that everybody would probably love to hear that from people who are public health people and working in that arena. First, and I want to not suggesting that anything you just mentioned wasn't a great idea, and of course we love the deep dives, and each time I think we've asked to go deeper, and so we're happy to get down in the weeds with you and see what's in there, looking for flowers, right? So, yeah, let me pass this along.
Floyd, taking advantage of your generous offer, I guess it's partially a point of clarification and partially a request is, why is the GGRF program sitting here every meeting also providing input, providing information? Because it seems like somehow it's two separate programs, like you can't have access to the other, and why have they not been here as present? I guess I'm looking at you, but it's for Floyd.
No, that's actually a great question, and that's something I will talk to my counterparts in that program to see if we can make them available to more of these meetings, because there are a lot of interconnections between your questions and the investment side of things. We have been treating them separately for now, unless there was specific requests to talk about investments, just because we had so much to cover in terms of the scoping plan and the related efforts. But I think you're right. You do bring up a good point that in some respects you can't talk about one without the other. So I'll talk to Cynthia and her folks to see if we can make her staff available for more of these EJAC meetings, and we certainly would be shooting for having them available at a number of these community meetings as well.
Yeah, thank you. That would be a great, I think, resource for them to be here, sitting alongside. You always have somebody here, and certainly I'm always in favor of that cross-program collaboration.
So to just finish out a couple of thoughts on a post-2020 program that would be facility-specific requirements. Under this option, there would be no linkages, no GGRF, and we would have to place our RPS program or some other state program under federal jurisdiction for the purposes of the Clean Power Plan. So I guess one of the things that we would like to hear feedback from EJAC is if this is the EJAC's preferred route, then what other on-site direct regulations would you specifically want us to consider? And maybe I'll move on to one of the other strategies we've been talking about first, and then maybe we can go back to that question. But the EJAC group has also mentioned a carbon tax as another strategy. So this means we would achieve the 2030 target through a carbon tax or a fixed cost for allowances, which are priced at the US EPA social cost of carbon, which is roughly in the range of $48 to $57 in 2015 dollars. But identifying the price that results in the required greenhouse gas reductions would be difficult. And there is no guarantee that the chosen price would be sufficient to achieve the required greenhouse gas reductions. If the price results in greater reductions than needed, it could result in additional environmental benefits, but potentially at an unnecessarily high cost to California. If the price trajectory is actually too low to generate the needed reductions, then the emissions of covered entities would increase. If you assume the social cost of carbon exactly delivers the required reductions, then the tax will result in the same reductions as we feel the current amended regulation would. However, because of the high uncertainty, this alternative would not ensure that California achieves the 2030 target. It would not support any type of linkage, as is expected to continue under the amended regulation, because a change in the California program would erode the effectiveness of other linked programs and add uncertainty for linked jurisdictions to meet their own targets. It's also unlikely that US EPA would approve a state measures plan for compliance with the Clean Power Plan that doesn't have a mechanism to limit mass emissions from affected generating units. So again, we would need to put federal jurisdiction over one of our other state programs such as RPS. So I guess some of the questions we have for EJAC around a carbon tax strategy would be, are there other big picture policies that we should consider in addressing greenhouse gases from industrial facilities? How would we balance a near-term transition period to ensure we have a stable and robust economy while we shift to a longer-term future? Should there be some type of phase-in over time for direct regulations to help with the transition and not risk losing jobs? And how do we minimize leakage? So, and actually that would apply to both a carbon tax strategy and command and control facility specific strategies. How would we address the leakage issue?
Stephanie, you went through a lot of information that I'm like, I have all these questions about, well, what did the research study, and were they in so I assume it was in comparison to cap and trade and command and control, but even like what were the assumptions made in that, and what, if Katie was saying something that she saw was, well, were you comparing just emissions reductions, or were you, and in terms of costs, was that just cost to California businesses or cost to California citizens? Like, there's all these questions about like what made you, I guess, in this report come to those conclusions or come to those. I mean, you're asking us questions, and we don't even have data to really comb through to give you a meaningful feedback for those questions. Because so I'm frustrated by, I'm like, yes, you should ask us questions, and then it's just like, but you just glossed over a bunch of data that we haven't even seen.
So I can respond to the material that Stephanie provided. We did share with the committee the SRIA for the proposed amendments to the cap and trade regulation, and I apologize, the acronym and what it means is slipping my mind right now. However, it was part of the economic analysis that was completed. It's on the Department of Finance website, and I did share that with the committee. And so the current proposed amendments to cap and trade, this analysis was done, and some of the material that Stephanie presented and spoke to were a part of that document and those results.
It's a standardized regulatory impact assessment.
Thank you.
Standardized
Regulatory impact assessment.
Okay.
And so if we, in common terms, the title would be Alternatives to Cap and Trade Research? Or what does that mean, standardized?
It
was a proposal to amend the cap and trade
Can you put the microphone?
And those are the alternatives to doing it, like a CEQA analysis, where if you propose to do something, you have to also propose alternatives and evaluate the alternatives. It's the same kind of thinking.
And I think from one of the first EJAC meetings that we wanted to be briefed on how the economic analysis is being done and the scenarios, and then if you're seeing that there are results from this modeling or the scenario study, like we actually need to have discussion or be briefed on that instead of just being like a short presentation that you already came to conclusions.
So was the
completely different thing.
Yeah, they're different.
Okay, can you explain it?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking, what Mary mentioned is the SRIA for the cap and trade amendments rulemaking, which is ongoing. And as we described in earlier EJAC meetings, that's on a parallel track with what we're discussing here, which is the development of the scoping plan. Just so, to make sure we're all on the same page here.
And so within the industry sector,
Go ahead. Then
one program that Stephanie presented was the cap and trade program. It is currently considering amendments post 2020, and there have been analyses done on that one specific element. However, overall for the entire scoping plan, they have not completed the modeling. Just to try to loop that together, since I was the one that mentioned where some of the speaking points were coming from, and it was the cap and trade specific, that element, that SRIA.
Why don't I just wanted to note for the meeting notes, if you don't mind maybe re-emailing the link on the DOF website, we can have it in the notes so that anybody from the public who's looking at these meeting notes can easily find it.
So just to clarify, the SRIA report was studying cap and trade post 2020 and alternatives just within the cap and trade, not a broader scoping plan, emissions reductions for the entire economy.
No, the SRIA is a document that it's an analysis of alternatives that Mary noted, alternatives to the proposed rulemaking. So the rulemaking that's going on right now is to incorporate amendments to the cap and trade that deals with a third compliance period and a number of cleanup things and that sort of thing. So the analysis that's in the SRIA is looking at alternatives to that rulemaking. It's not alternatives to scoping plan or the role of cap and trade within scoping plan. That analysis will be done as part of the scoping plan itself. It's separate from this rulemaking that we're doing right now on cap and trade amendments. Is that?
I
make
think
more
I understand.
sense?
But so we're talking about the industrial emissions under the scoping plan right now, and this study was referred to in the, in this presentation. And so this study is going to be influential, I assume, to the industrial portion of the scoping plan. And so, or feel free to say it's not, and there's going to be a whole different study of alternatives or different mechanisms. Is that okay? Can you say that?
So the scoping plan will have in itself its own economic analysis that will look at the broad, what's the right words, the broad scope of everything that's being proposed by the staff and all the alternatives to those approaches.
Yeah, broad strategies.
Stephanie,
So in the economic analysis work group, so there's a data and economic analysis work group. So we were told that there was some study that was going to be put out in like the near future that was studying alternatives. So I'm trying to, and Trish, you've been part of those calls as well. So is this SORIA study what that economist was referring to, or is there something different that's going to come out?
No, there is something different that will come out.
There will be a separate economic impacts analysis associated with scoping plan and the broad strategies, the suite of measures that are being considered for the scoping plan. That's separate from the economic analysis that is included in the SORIA for the cap and trade rulemaking that's going on right now.
All right. Stephanie, did you have anything else you're going to present?
No.
You're good? Okay. Well, again, any other potential recommendations you want to make around this sector that we want to make note of right now? Well, there's no vote. Okay. My understanding of Bagley-Keene is people can say things. You just couldn't vote on anything with a quorum, and we're not voting on anything. Does anybody have anything they would like to put forward for consideration for any EJAC potential recommendations? Okay. So our next big thing is, if there's nothing else, for the moment, is going to be our community workshops. And I think one question is, Katie, did your computer restart?
No, I have fallen victim to Windows 10's updates that are not letting my computer turn back on.
Oh no, okay.
But Trish, I sent you a version of the stuff I was working on. It's going to miss all the updates that I just spent the last day working on, but at least we can show you this. Sure.
Or,
You want me to pull up?
so, and also,
Somebody's a Windows 10 magician and can figure out how to turn my computer back on.
okay, so we have information against the wall. And we have a version of what Katie was going to show that maybe Trish could pull up. I am wondering if we should take a very short 5-minute break to kind of figure out what we're going to do with these computer problems. Is anyone against that? We'll come back in 5 minutes, just before 2. Let's do that. Okay. See you at 2. Poor Katie. Oh. I feel so bad for her putting all that work in, and then her computer just automatically does one of these huge updates.
Yeah.
I won't say anything exciting. Oh, yes. Yes, we're going to do.
Standard regulatory impact analysis. I was trying to explain, they are now done for a you know, Water Resources Board, DTSE, anybody. Yes, it's a regulatory requirement, and it's nothing like what is going to happen. I think I was just trying to get the big picture of economics, and now this is like it's almost like
Right.
anyhow. I just want to make
Okay, great. Yeah, like I said, this is specific to the cap and trade alternatives.
Well, you get to the proposed regulations. There's no language on that.
Yeah,
HDMI. I have a VGA adapter. Oh, you think? That would be tremendous.
We can ask.
It's worth a shot. So I guess we'll talk about scheduling first, and we'll see if we can do it. So what Mary Rose did is like,
I'll ask.
Yeah, she's going to contact the IT guys over here. Yeah, and you can bring it up, maybe access the file. It's worth a try.
Yeah, I had like almost all of the poster drafts done. It's cool. Just do it all again. I'm sure they will. Peak Squad will be able to get those working again. We'll always have to It was saved. I've been saving, so it was saved.
Yeah, it's saved, so you should be able to. Computer crashed, doggy homework.
Okay.
Oh, I need to be turned back on. Yeah. Let me flip you there.
Well, that's pretty cool. You have it all.
Am I on? Okay. Okay, we are going to start again. Okay, so ding-a-ling-a-ling. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Everybody, we only have a little bit of time left. We need to stay focused. If we could have everybody in the room get up out of your chair. Everybody up and out of your chair. We are moving to the side of the room. Up. Eleanor, that's you. Up, 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 up. Up. And we're coming to talk about the community workshops. I'm hoping the camera can get some of this. And if you can move your bodies faster over to me. Come here. Walk over here. Faster than you are now. Luis, I'm talking to you. Luis. Luis.
You have to offer an incentive. Where's the candy bar?
Okay. If you want a gold star, come this way. Yes. If you want me to support you in having a cold drink later, come over here. Okay. So, Katie or Mary Rose. Oh, I'm realizing we need the microphone. There it is. Could one of you kick off our discussion of community workshops? And for those listening on the webcast, Mary Rose, I think you're. Oh, Katie. So for those who are listening live on the web, you guys do mind? We're like cameraing right here.
No, I was confirming what I wrote down there.
Okay. For those who are listening on the webcast, can you give an overarching summary sentence about what we are doing right now?
So we have planned to do community outreach workshops in June, July, and then again in October, November. So at the last meeting, we talked through format and locations. So what you see are Post-its that Mary Rose created for each of the locations that we identified for workshops. There's 2 post-its, so you can have a first and a second choice post-it. And then what Floyd did is fill in what he knows as workshops that are scheduled for other branches of ARB already. So we can try not to, so he wrote those in. So ideally we wouldn't have, say, the Bakersfield workshop on July 20th because there's already an ARB workshop scheduled at that time. So we'd want to try not to overburden our communities by doubling up on any one day. So ideally, I put ARB June 13th as the first week on here because I'm assuming feasibly that's the earliest, Floyd, that you would be able to do a workshop would be June 13th that week.
That would be more feasible.
That's the, yeah, I just assumed that like next week wasn't an option and kind of went out from there. Okay, cool. So what we would like folks to do is to take your Post-its and to actually put up here like when your first choice and second choice days are. I think feasibly speaking, since we have one Center for Collaborative Planning that's going to be doing all the logistics, it'd be cool not to have more than 2 workshops a week. But that might have to just be different given the number of workshops and how many weeks we have. So we'll do that math when we come to it. But the goal is to be done by the end of July. So when we do our EJAC meeting in early August, we're able to digest all of the data that we've collected and produce a second round of recommendations for the scoping plan.
So in other words, you're asking EJAC members to take a Post-it, lift it off this place, and move
And
it
put
to
it
a
over.
calendar.
And
So-
if you have additional locations, so you'll notice that we put Sierra Nevada, we have Central Valley, if folks can still hear me. Hello. Okay. If folks have additional locations that might take additional time, so Kevin, your locations, when you were talking about the last meeting that you might need additional time doing outreach to additional Central Valley cities because you want to do the survey and talk to folks, we put that for October, November. We're in a similar boat with Sierra Nevada. We want to do a workshop with the tribes up there, but we'll need additional time. So if you have additional locations that aren't listed here, list them for October, November so we can make sure to not lose them off the list.
Yes, you can.
So just to add to what Katie talked about, the stuff that's for ARB is in blue ink. I read it from our calendar, which wasn't printing out the sufficient detail. So I've asked Michelle here to clarify exactly which facilities we're looking at for these ARB, or at least for the enforcement. The ENF stands for enforcement, and those are task force meetings.
Okay, so I'm sorry, what's your name? Michelle. Michelle, could you just read each one and the date so that if someone's on the webcast, they would know what we're seeing?
I'm going to need to pull my calendar up and just verify.
Okay.
So we don't know if those are real in blue?
No, they're real. We're just trying to get more specificity on where in Fresno is it going to be.
Oh, and wait, why is that important?
Well, I mean, in case, if the facility is in the, proximate area that people want to have these community meetings, that might be relevant to their thinking.
I see.
And just to clarify again, EJAC members, yellow is first choice day and blue is second choice day. Go ahead and just put them up because I think it's just going to be too hard to filter in real time, and the logistics team can help us figure out actual dates and times based on what we get
So we're
and
actually
looking towards
at doing
Cindy.
all 3 of these on the same day and using the Air District and VTC.
If
We
it's
don't have a
feasible.
date yet. So we're looking at the 3rd or 4th week in July. What? It's not even on. I'm not putting anything on there until I'm sure I got a date and I won't know that I've got a
Yeah,
date.
that's all I have on my calendar as far as shared events.
Hope that is the
And that's why I was asking, sure, you're going to be doing this is enforcement, so you might be doing it in the COG offices instead of counties, facilities, or supervisors.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why Michelle's checking right now.
Would make sense if that Kings County, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right.
Does it matter?
Hey, how are you? Good.
Coffee today.
Huh?
You got the tea.
I went in and got some hot water.
Clever.
Well,
I'm having a hard time. I can't get my calendar for the month.
So the question is, if they wanted to have a meeting in South Bay, LA, would it cause you a conflict with your meeting in Fresno?
So these environmental justice
task force meetings are monthly,
You know, it's like,
regular
it
meetings
just
that
feels like,
our
once you catch
environmental justice team works with the local environmental justice organizations and other agencies are there. So they're regular meetings that happen. So I don't think it's a large conflict because those people wouldn't travel to South Bay for your meeting anyways, right? You would have one in Fresno instead.
So
Yeah.
Michelle, like, we could take
But
advantage.
you or someone else be available to answer
Yes,
questions about
yes,
enforcement
and
activities?
the only other option I would offer to you is like what Luis is like. So we meet with Luis's group once a month, and maybe would you want to put on your task force agenda the EJAC information and buddy it that way? So that would be a way that you could share resources. So you could maybe this could come into the task force meetings as an agenda item. I'm not really sure what it is you're looking for out of your meetings right now, so I don't know whether there would be a connection, but.
Yeah.
Sneak in there.
You already have an intensive audience there, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're trying to take
No,
advantage
that's
of.
for sure. I don't know if we have an equivalent in LA.
I meet with a group every second Tuesday in Los Angeles that's made up of about 5 EJ organization heads, and so. You know what, I can tell you their names, but I've Jane Williams, Cynthia Babbage, Jesse Marquez,
the
EJ Network, right. So I meet with them the second Tuesday of every month. And so it would be a way to either get the word out to let them know that this is happening so that they could, bring people to your meeting, or maybe somehow connect it and put it on their agenda or make it a larger meeting for them at the same time.
I think for sure outreach to the group. But I think we're actually thinking about like an evening meeting, something that is more accessible to folks, during the day.
Right. So if they wanted to have, for example, like on the 22nd of July, a meeting in Fresno, Modesto, Bakersfield, would you be able to move your enforcement task force?
Well, we don't run those enforcement task force, we're just members of the
San Bernardino County, all of them, and we're going to be bringing vehicles in to bring out people from the high desert as well as Ontario. We're reducing the carbon footprint.
That's awesome. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're getting really well organized for it.
The way you could bring people out. You really impressed me when we came to your area.
Just wait till you see this one. Particularly with the kids. Letters coming. I hope you can come too.
We've got a date, but the date depends on the availability of the facility. And it just makes sense for us, we've all talked about it, not here, but I'm talking about the groups that I talked to, have all agreed that, doing this, at least this first round, and having ARB staff for the different presentations, be at the different sites. Not everybody can have cars. Relatively helpful.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump you.
And the whole thing would be BTC, so I think that's the best way. We think.
What are the themes that come up?
Is that laptop plugged into our network?
Yeah. Okay, because that was for her.
She could even log in herself.
Okay. So it is 2:15. We're doing great on time. Okay. Hold on. Alrighty, if I could get everybody's attention, what has happened is that first and second choice dates have been put up on the wall for June and July. Katie, do you want to talk about structure a little bit? Is that what you're saying?
So the assumed steps here for ARB and for the Center for Collaborative Planning is that we start planning logistics for this now. So calling the spaces that we gave you over email after our last meeting, making sure you can actually book these days if you can't get the first day, looking at the second day, so that us as community people can get the flyer and go out and start promoting this event to our partners so that they know. So I just want to make sure that everybody at ARB and CCP hear that from this moment forward, we're expecting that you will start working on logistics and you will let us know when it's finalized and we can start promoting.
So let's check that, because that's a different understanding than I think Trish had as of like 10 minutes ago. So Trish, what is coming up right now is, I think the hypothesis on the table is that between either ARB or through your contract with Sac State Extension, it will be, that is how locations will be secured. Like, in other words, the EJAC members will not be securing locations. Is that your understanding? Does that work?
So it's true that, like Floyd has mentioned, definitely at the May 10th meeting and perhaps over this meeting, that we do have the resource through Sac State. They do traditionally do this type of work, and we are going to ask for their help. However, I would also encourage the committee members, since they are in these regions, to assist us to every extent that they can. We are in fact paying Sac State, and these are going to be hours that they spend to commit to this. And so, you know, at least one EJAC member has already secured a date and a location just through their own resources. And so, to the extent that the committee members can do that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and let me not to put too fine a point on it, we are the state, we have limited funds. To the extent the EJAC members can secure these facilities gratis for us, that frees up resources that we can spend on additional outreach and things like that. So I am not above taking a free facility if you find it within your resources to do that.
Okay, so I heard two different things, and I might be over communicating here, but what I thought I heard Trish bring up is that you want to be careful with the hours and the money flow of those people on that Sac State contract. That's your concern, whereas what Floyd's bringing up is it would be better for a place to be like free or $100 versus $1,000.
Can I suggest a next step that might simplify this?
Okay.
So can we say the next step is that CCP will contact each of the regional leads to check in? I know San Diego's already started planning, like some of the regions may already be doing it themselves to see what support is necessary so that they can move forward from there. Can that be the next step, that within the next week, CCP will contact the regional leads?
I think it's just a clarification. It's not CCP, it's Sac State Extension. They have these logistics people. It's a different organization.
Well, never mind. Whoever the contract is with logistics, whoever is doing the logistics, can we just set that the next step is that they will contact the regional leads sometime in these next week and see where they're at as far as planning and what they might need support with?
Okay, so I think that there's at a minimum a couple more things you want to do. There is there's content that Katie started that folks could take a look at. But actually, before we do that, I'm going to suggest that everybody chooses one of two breakouts and that we have some small group discussions. Here is what I propose. I feel like we need to get a little more focused. And then I think maybe after we have these two discussions, looking at the content might make more sense. So potentially on this side of the room, a breakout option would be people who want to talk about what you're going to do as far as outreach and what you want to do for getting people there. Maybe you can share ideas. And that could connect to the flyers and stuff and back. Another thing that we've all talked about from earlier that's very important is what's going to happen with the information that you collect. Are you going to decide, how are you going to collect information? Mark, I would suggest this would be the group that you would come to. would you hope that you could give it all to Mark and he would be aggregating it all for you? You know, anything you'd want to talk around how you're going to collect this information so it will be most useful to you when you get to that late July, early August EJAC meeting. Is anyone opposed to this idea of picking one of these 2 breakout groups and talking for maybe a little less than 10 minutes about either topic?
Can we start with an idea? Because I think that without really understanding the flow of the workshop, it's going to be kind of hard for us to think about how to even like collect the data. Like, could we start there and then kind of work backwards about what?
Totally up to the group.
Okay.
Can I get feedback from members of what you would like to do first? I'll just go, I'm going to go round to each member. Can I have the microphone, please? Okay, I'm asking each EJAC member what you would like to do first. Eleanor, I'm coming to you next.
Colin likes the idea of focusing on an agenda or workflow.
Okay, Eleanor, what do you prefer to do first?
What do I prefer? I would like to go over the outreach and.
Okay, you want to do the breakouts first. Which do you want to do first?
The data.
Okay.
Data.
Breakouts or agenda?
Breakouts or agenda?
First.
You mean like talk about the agenda or breakouts?
Talk about the agenda first or go into breakouts first?
Oh.
That was my question I'm posing.
Sorry, I was like, I thought you wanted
I'd like an overview of the agenda.
Okay.
I'm going to change
Agenda.
Agenda.
Okay. We have a majority of folks. We're going to go with the agenda. So you're welcome to stand and look at it or you're welcome to sit down. But I do want no more talking so that we can all hear Katie. So if you want to step outside, I understand. All right. Here we go.
It was all me. I did it to myself. All right. So Miss Cindy, if you could please move to the side so folks can see the presentation. Thank you. So what you will see when I can send a more complete version that was on my computer when Windows just committed suicide on, so you can't see it anymore, and I apologize. So what I was working on, what we talked about on our calls, so you'll know after the May 10th meeting, we decided to have a subgroup of us kind of start looking through what agenda would look like and what the content would look like so we could have something to sort of mull over and finalize today before we start launching off into all of our awesome outreach and community meetings. So what we talked about was this idea of obviously having some food. So we're working kind of within like a 3-hour time block window, sort of ideally. I think it could be squeezed into 2.5 hours, but ideally this would be a 3-hour meeting where we'd start with food. Then we would start with like, we'd have, sorry, this is not my computer, so it's gonna, this one. So the other idea that we pitched was having like a gallery walk around the room. And so while folks are getting settled and eating their food, we could actually have posters up around the room about each of the stuff that's already going on within ARB. And so this you'll see, it's a little hard to see. I basically scaled it to be like a 3x4 poster that you'd see mounted up on the wall. This one is about air monitoring and research, right? So we would tell folks like, hey, look, we have these air monitors around the state. Here's what they look like. This is what they track. This is how we get our data. And then we could have a map of where those air monitors are. And then kind of doing this for each of the major programs. This was filled in on my nice laptop before it just, anyways, I love technology. It's because I said I love technology. So I kind of picked, and I picked programs that aren't just restricted within AB 32 because I think folks might ask those questions, and so it would be useful to have the information in the room to say, oh, hey, this is that program over there, and if you're interested in that, like we can direct you to people to talk to about that. So the topics that I initially had in here was, so starting with air monitoring and research, the air toxics hotspots program, the cap and trade program, California climate investments, the diesel risk reduction plan, low carbon fuel standard, short-lived climate pollutants, smoke management program, state implementation plans, sustainable community strategies, sustainable freight strategy, and then waste management. So under each of these posters, there'd be like a nice simple summary of like, hey, this is what this program does, and this is like maybe some pictures of facilities and things we're talking about with this program, just so folks can get like a nice overview of this is what ARB's already like looking at doing. and then shifting gears into a presentation that would start with a really simple overview of like what is pollution and what does it do to you. I think in some communities we may be able to like take longer time on certain sections versus in other communities. In our community, I really want to focus on this because I don't think folks understand where pollution comes from and what it does to their health. So, you know, breaking out like what particulate matter is, you know, it comes from exhaust and tailpipes, and it comes from brakes in your cars. And like what we know is that it can go into your bloodstream, and it goes into your respiratory system, and it can exacerbate these conditions that we, respiratory conditions and cardiovascular conditions. The same with ozone, you know, here's how it's created, you know, this is what it does to your body, you know, this is what we know it's doing to the climate as a whole. And sort of slowly, obviously with carbon monoxide and with the same thing with nitrogen dioxide, we need to do a little bit more simplistic explanation. This is just what was on ARB's website. And then toxics, you know, here's what toxics are, you know, here's how we're monitoring them, here's what we think they do to your body based on our initial research. And greenhouse gas emissions, which is by far like the most complex. You know, here's what it is, here's what it's made of, here's what it's doing to the environment. And so it seems really simplistic, but I think people understanding, like I didn't get really frustrated about high traffic near my home until I learned that when cars brake, like that little particulates are coming off of their brakes and that you're inhaling basically like metals and other like different compounds like as you stand next to this high traffic intersection. So in addition to traffic safety, I was like, oh my gosh. So we want folks to understand what it comes from, why this matters, and so a little bit about like what climate change is, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions about like what exactly climate change is, and to really break it down for folks that this is a gradual average rise in temperature on our planet, and that because of that we're seeing different things happen around water storage and extreme weather events and all of these things, but that basically this is what climate change is, and that it's contributed to by these extra emissions that we have, like greenhouse gases that are making it hotter and other things that we do as far as land use development. That this is what it does to your health. And Martha had inserted this really awesome slide about, and she's smiling, it's somewhere on my dead laptop, that said, you know, here's some of the different health conditions that we know come from different sources of pollution, and here's what we know as far as like from a medical perspective that this pollution does to your body. This I stole from Alvalo's presentation on Monday, and I don't know if he'd be okay with us using it, so I guess ARB staff could ask, but you know, what's the difference in environmental justice communities? Why does this matter? Like we know that in some communities we see more of these emissions, and that it's measured and it's documented, and that disparity is declining over time, but it does still exist, and that people in our communities are at higher risk because we're more likely to be next to these facilities and sources of pollution. And so really helping folks connect in, like we got this nice well-rounded at this point, right? Like what is pollution? Here's what it's doing to the earth, to you, and to our community specifically. And then jumping into the scoping plan. So actually in between what Martha had proposed, because we talked about this on our call and we really love it, because it's nice to have like little games and prizes that we can do during these community meetings. And so the idea of having like an adjusted Jeopardy game where, you know, maybe we add health as one of the criteria here and make it a little less science-y, but to give folks a chance to really make sure that they understand what we just talked about, because like we talked about, some folks learn different ways. So if we go through and it's like, okay, well, what does carb do? Like we want to make sure people leave with that base understanding, right? Like what does it do? What are these different pollutions? What do we do? Oh, this is a specific. This is for doctors, so we're going to make it easier, but the idea of making a little game to kind of get folks engaged and maybe move around the room and maybe they go into teams, but something that helps make the content a little bit more real for folks. Then when we finish the game, we jump back into, okay, here's what we're proposing to do, you know, and by like, here's what the scoping plan is meant to do, here's what the targets are that we're trying to achieve, and here's all of the different sections. And basically what I had done, and it was really beautiful, I'll send it to you when my computer gets resurrected. I had a picture of like what this, like transportation, I mean, I'm talking about freight, I'm talking about cars, we're talking about biking and walking, like all of those things, right? Like here's what they're proposing to do. Like they want to focus on fuels, they want to focus on vehicle technologies and efficiencies, and they want to focus on reducing demand. So keeping it higher level, since that's kind of what we've been getting today anyways, so that folks can really start to wrap their head around what does this mean, and we can talk through like what we're talking about, like how do you live closer to where you need to go to work, or how do we make transit more affordable so you're not get in your car every time you need to. So basically going through each of the blank slides that will have content And then finishing out with, okay, here's an exercise. So like what works really well in our community is the World Cafe format, where you have the 8 tables and you have them each labeled by section, and people can go to that table and spend 10 minutes saying, okay, here's what my priority is around transportation. Like, here's what we're looking at in our community. Here's what I'm kind of confused about this plan. Here's what I think I liked about what I heard in this plan. And then another sentence that I had added in on the slideshow on my computer was, you know, how would we know if we're successful in this area? You know, like, what in your terms in your community would you want to see if we were successful in transportation, if we were successful in waste management? Like, what does it look like to you in your community to actually achieve the goals that ARB is trying to achieve in Raleigh or in, you know, San Bernardino or wherever we are? So that was the basic idea, is that, you know, you have this sort of informal networking gallery walk section. Here's all the different posters. You can walk around and learn in simple language what ARB is doing. Here's what air pollution is, what it means for you and your community. Here's a game to get you excited and not make you feel like super bored after 2 hours. And then here's a brief overview of the scoping plan with more of an interactive activity where ARB staff and our community partners can be at these tables really answering questions and getting to the grit of the conversation. So that's what we envisioned on our little subcommittee calls. Martha, do you have anything you would like to add?
Yes, so I added one little table, but I also,
She's bringing you
It's made for wearing on your collar.
So, yeah, so I added a few other things. I know what I added. I'm also collecting a number of images so that we can really use a lot of images. And then I think once we're done, we should just sit down and figure out how the games are going to work. Do we do a presentation first and then play the game so that folks have a chance to sort of see how much they've absorbed?
Yeah.
And then, you know, I was also thinking of if we got as far as some of the recommendations, that then maybe we could do the whole, well, if you think, you know, CARB should do X, Y, or Z, go to this side of the room, you know, so that we can start vetting, figuring out a way to vet the recommendations.
Yeah, and actually, thank you for saying that, because when you do the math, so 10 minutes at each table is about 80 minutes, you know, you kind of tack on what's before that. There would be, in a 3-hour workshop, still a good amount of time at the end for us to bring it back together and say, okay, what did we hear? Like, does anybody have any dissenting opinions? Like, maybe it's a red, yellow, green card thing, but I think the idea of this is that you could take this to help you with your outreach, and you could kind of plug it in whatever way makes sense for your community. And so maybe you want to make most of it a game, and you want the Jeopardy to also include the scoping plan stuff to make sure folks really retained it. That's a change. I think we are all can be very flexible in that. We just wanted to make sure you had at least a basic outline that you could kind of take like a module and apply and tweak. Like, maybe you want to spend more time on industry. You know, in Sacramento, I want to spend more time on transportation because that's our big source of pollution, right? So like each of us can kind of customize it at will. And maybe I add like a local example. And like, for example, this cycle track that went in on 12th Street, like that was part of our sustainable community strategy, you know, and this isn't a part of the sustainable community strategy, and it's happening south of us. Do folks have
comments, thoughts? Is the microphone back there? Here, okay.
Thanks, Trish. So just a question about the what do we call it? World Cafe. So, Katie, so we have 8 different places. Does that mean that we would need to plan for 8 people to be at those different? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that definitely something to consider for.
And if you have, I mean, if you have the technology, I mean, you could be doing like voting systems, you know, instead of doing the talking. In this format, I mean, you'd basically have like flip charts at each station, right? And people be writing out, and then as groups rotate, you're building on the conversation because you'll see what the last group said, and you're able to say, oh, I agree with that, or actually, I think it's this, and kind of evolve as it moves forward.
Okay, so thank you for that, and also thank you to you and Martha for this advance. Okay, Martha said she didn't help you that much. So.
Is anybody uncomfortable with running a World Cafe? I don't know if everybody's trained in that.
Yeah, we probably won't do our meetings. I've done World Cafes before. I've done the original trainings 10 years ago, but which is great, but it's probably not the model that we'll be using.
Okay.
The model, it really depends on what you're hoping to achieve and where you're going to do it and who you're going to do it with. So
Okay.
I love the organization. I thank you for doing
Okay.
The World Cafes also there's more logistics when you have multiple languages. So that's usually in multiple language groups when we do World Cafe, it ends up being more of a language groups that move together. So the interpreter is there. So it's the different logistics that need to be figured out.
Thank you for saying that. That's an important point.
It's going to make it hard to do it all. We're going to be in 3 different communities on the same day is what we're envisioning. So we envision being in the 3 different locations on the same day for efficiency's sake. So that model, I again, love World Cafes, love participating. So it really makes it a lot of fun. And you get a lot of good stuff out of it. But again, when you're trying to do this through VTC across 3 different regions, I'm not up for that challenge right now.
Wait, what's VTC?
The video teleconferencing.
Oh, you are doing 3 locations simultaneously?
Right. Well, in the valley, that's kind of what you have to do efficiency-wise, or you're going to spend 3 days in the valley and be moving all of these people.
Okay.
3 separate times.
I just misunderstood. I thought you were doing like 8
I keep
a.m.
mentioning
here,
that
noon
we're not
here.
working in one area or one community or even one county. We have 8 counties to cover.
Right.
An entire region. So I always mention it's 270 miles long and 70 miles wide. So just trying to create enough single spots to be able to make it accessible to community members, to actual community members. Because if it was up to me, we would do 5 probably at once instead of 3, but there's not enough time to organize that, and we're thinking about October and what we might be able to do there to maybe expand access more effectively. But it's sort of like Colin trying to do the North counties. You know, it's like, how do you get people from the East Sierra and the Western Sierra all into one place? I mean, it's, you know. So we've got different challenges than folks who are located in a more urban, suburban, high-density environment. They're challenges nonetheless, but it's just they're different.
So one other question that at least was coming up in the last set of meeting notes was folks who wanted to do kind of like their own custom content or emphasis. And so I just think it's important that you have dialogue or shared understanding given what's being presented, and is this a baseline? Is everyone required to do this? Is this a suggestion? And then if someone wants to emphasize one area, like say you really want to emphasize transportation because that's what folks want to talk about, like, is all that cool?
So what I heard was that this is to act as a frame, right? And that there's, depending on the location of the workshop, there may be different emphasis within that, right? Another thing that I would just add is that the more localized examples that we could use, the better, right? So your example of using Sacramento, I think that's going to resonate a lot more. And I think also just the other thing about language too, that, to be quite honest, I don't think that our community members necessarily know what ARB does, right? Or even know what a scoping plan is, and so to use the language that we can talk about, for example, barriers or whatnot. What are your priorities? What are the barriers in your community towards getting into active transportation or whatever it is? But I would say to kind of think about the language that we use to pose the question, because that may present a barrier in itself.
Totally. And I think, like, you're right. And in every community, it'll be very different. Like, we just did a massive campaign around the funding guidelines and the investment plan for the GGRF. And so, like, the folks I'm working with know now who that is. But so we could skip, but in other communities. And I would almost suggest that, like, after each section, if you can, to add a slide that says, like, hey, here's where, like, a lot of folks don't know where the power generation sites are in Sacramento. And when you say, oh, hey, that big building over there on 47th Avenue, like, with all the smoke coming out, like, that's a power generation plant. And they're like, oh, like, so to be able to help people put it in context as much as you can and to customize it based on what your community's priorities are would make it successful.
Another thing I'm just calling out, even though it's obvious, is as materials are translated into other languages, I'm assuming that you will want those to go on the ARB website so that anybody across California would be able to access them. Is that
I was going to
correct?
hit exactly that point, Sarah. And to take that a little bit further, I had asked this, Floyd, you gave me a response, and I've totally forgotten what you said. Let me I had asked, I think, about both the ARB's ability to help with design. So, if we're providing content on flyers, I think you guys have a design team, and I think you said that was available to us. The same would go, just to have a two-part question, for translation services, and I suppose even for
Interpretation.
Not just interpretation, but the interim. So let's say we get a flyer that's in Hmong and Mien and Russian, and we get that out. There are probably going to be calls coming in. Does ARB have staff who can field calls in those languages? Here you go. I'm coming your way.
That one should work.
Yeah.
Podium.
Oh.
Sorry. Maybe it works.
You up?
No.
Okay, there were a couple of things in what you said, so let me try to parse them out. In terms of the design person, we do have a graphic artist. Her name is Margaret. She's responsible for, if you've noticed, kind of a unifying look and feel for a number of those outreach materials. That's her work. Having said that, she's one person, and there are other things going on at ARB. So her availability for this, and I will look into that, depends on the volume of materials we're looking to have her work on and all of that stuff. So that's part of the reason why, that's a big part of the reason why I brought all of these things in, is so that you guys could take a look at it with, in context of what Katie's talking about here, to give me a better idea of what sort of materials are going to be needed for this sort of outreach effort, and then I could approach Margaret to see what her availability is. In terms of translation services, we have people in-house that can translate a number of languages. We did get a listing of the languages you were interested in last time. I think we're still looking into identifying some in-house certified translators for a number of those that are a little more exotic. But to the extent we can't provide that, the contract with CSUS can certainly fill that need. And then in terms of follow-up, we would be, to the extent that we have staff who can speak the language, we can make them available to field questions that are follow-ups, and then those would have to communicate it with the individual program staff so that we can provide good follow-up responses to. So our staff will have to be intermediate there. On those questions that are in a language that we don't have an internal staff, we'll have to work with our folks in the Cal State University system to try to arrange that. Does that answer all of the questions you had? There were 3 parts, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
I wonder if you just want to make an action item right now to get in the queue with Margaret to make a template flyer, and then you obviously could switch out your dates and your locations, but at least you'd have a start. And then once you have your kind of boilerplate-ish language, you can start getting that translated. That way there'd be less to translate once you have more.
Yeah, and I think, along the lines of what I said, to ensure, to increase the chances and probability of being able to secure her services, to the extent we can minimize the number of individual materials that we need her to put together. So if you guys can really put your thinking together in terms of, and I would suggest, limiting it to 2, 3, maybe 4 pieces of information, materials, and that way we can try to keep it manageable, because she does have a heavy demand on her services at the board. So.
Well,
Okay.
is so the posters, I think I have 12 top posters right now. ideally, because this is obviously not like the most sophisticated graphic design on the planet, so ideally, like, she could take a look at this and kind of logo it and like to honor what we're trying to promote, which is not being wasteful and taking care of our planet, to have posters printed that just rotate to the workshop so we don't
so
have
you
a bunch
have
of papers.
those?
Yeah, I mean, once the Geek
Oh,
Squad
these
gets a
things,
hold
yeah.
of my laptop,
Okay,
then
yeah, so send them to me and I'll talk to Margaret, and we'll patch you in and anybody else who wants to chime in on that discussion.
Yeah.
And then we can kind of play with some ideas there.
And there's some gaps on this that I just couldn't find on the ARB website. Like, you'll notice this is just some generic picture of California with a text on it that says map of air monitors, because I couldn't find the map on the website. So stuff like that we could fill in.
And what I'll do is, I will set up some calls with those of you who are interested, and presumably Katie as well. I'll patch in both Margaret and our comms people, because between those two, they will have a broad knowledge of all the different sort of materials that we put together in the past, and they, will be able to find, hopefully find materials or content that you could use to populate these that we already have in some electronic files somewhere.
Okay, so there's 2 questions and then one question, and then what I want to do is make a suggestion after Eleanor asks her question that we actually do spend like 15 minutes in these breakouts so that you can get into the weeds on data and outreach and some of the details, and then you guys can share with each other.
Can I ask a real quick question? Who in the EJAC would be interested in being on that call with me and Katie?
Well, I'm wondering, can that be discussed at this breakout?
Oh, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to get that somewhere so I can write it.
Well, we already established a crew, so it's Martha and myself, and Ray was on that car.
Okay, you, Martha, and Ray?
Was that it?
If somebody else wants to volunteer.
Please let me know.
Okay, so Kevin is a substitute, and we'll work on finalizing this stuff and getting it out to you all so you can customize it to your liking.
Okay.
Eleanor.
I just want to say thank you, you guys. This is really great. I know I want to use part of this with the San Bernardino meeting. I would also like, at the end of at least my meeting, I'd like to do some kind of survey if this was helpful, what they got out of the program. I love the cafe table idea, and I've used it before, and I think that could work really well. In terms of a flyer, I'm wondering if we can also design our own flyer, because I have a group called Generation Now who wants to make that happen, because they're also helping to organize in this. Would that be all right? Or?
Yeah, I believe that's a really good option. I appreciate you throwing that out there, Eleanor. We just asked that if you could share the materials with us, either as it's being developed or right when it's done, and so that our team can take a look at it, and then that's great.
And just so you know, what we're looking at for outcomes with our particular meeting is not only what input they're going to provide with the scoping plan, but this is a real opportunity for us to galvanize our community throughout the county. We were going to have 3 meetings, but what we decided after a discussion is that they wanted, since there weren't going to be a lot of people from the outlying communities like the high desert and the western part of the county, we're going to be providing transportation for people to come to that. So that's something we'll also be doing. But what we're hoping to galvanize out of that is really a group of people and partners that we can further our own personal efforts in our county towards dealing with climate change. So.
One thing I'll throw in is one thing you could consider is with the flyer your local group is interested in. You could have that on one side, and you could have the ARB generated template on another side for kind of the two.
I'm trying to be responsive to the fact that there's also printing costs there, and we're trying to do this without using using as little funds as possible and leveraging our partnerships.
Well, that brings up a great question, which is ARB willing to print any flyers if you want flyers printed? Have you guys talked about that yet?
Yeah, we have an in-house production facility that we can make use of. And when I mean in-house, I'm not referring to Trish here. I mean, we actually do have a, yeah. This is not Trish going to Kinko's or something like that. No.
Okay, I'm live. An hour left. Go ahead.
So back to the agenda for the workshop. So thank you, team, for creating this template or developing it out for us. So at the last slide around the various sectors, so you talked about a World Cafe, and I didn't quite catch it. Is it that we have the option to customize? Because I'm trying to figure out where the customization comes in. So for instance, one of the early ideas was to say, okay, well, your city can choose like 3 of these, and that ARB staff would come and present on those so that we can give more substantial feedback or get substantial information on that. But this is a World Cafe style where it's more kind of, it can be surface and then with recommendations or ideas. Like, where is that this part?
Yeah, this is fully customizable. So if you decide that you just want to talk about one sector or 2 sectors, you can. I think, and this is also something that I'm imagining ARB staff will present who's at the meeting. So this isn't us standing up and saying, here's what ARB wants to do, but like the people who know about this will be standing up and saying, so ideally if we were like, hey, we want to focus like 3 or 4 slides on industry and maybe only like 1 slide each on the rest because we want to dive in deeper, like, I think that's totally individual's prerogative. I think personally I would like to make sure that folks at least know the other components, at least even if it's just super cursory, just so that they know what's in there if they have particular individual interests. But if you wanted to say, hey, with the staff who comes to this meeting, we want to talk more in depth about this, then I think that's fine.
So I think one thing I may be hearing is one thing that do we need to apply to all of these workshops? I'm almost seeing like, kind of like when you order a sandwich, if you want lettuce or tomato, that you need to be saying, if you're having a focus on transportation and industry, then you need to be informing ARB. We absolutely need somebody who has experience in, it could be all 8, or if you have this emphasis, but you would be communicating that to them, is that correct? So they would know who to send?
That was the discussion at the May 10th meeting, that there would be an identification of the sector or sectors of focus for each region. And actually in the 2 weeks since that meeting and sharing the notes and the layout that the committee wanted with my colleagues and the staff at ARB, that was kind of the question we were going to pose to the committee is, can you also please identify the sector or sectors of focus? And that would actually help us as we're looking at our schedules and figuring out who should attend what workshops. If you can add that to this list and what you're developing.
Great. Anyone, another comment? Go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
So still on this, I mean, logistically or administratively, could it be that, so for these 8 sectors, that ARB staff already developed slides for all of them as if they were giving, you know, a full presentation on each of these, and so whoever does come from ARB to present, they can focus on those set of slides and go deeper, and then they could just show a general one for the rest of them, so that we, so that when the city or community says, well, we want to focus on these 3, they already have the slides ready, and that it was just the person that would come to present those. Yeah, you would already have a slide deck for these 8 sectors.
So I'm sorry, is your hypothesis that if, within the example of you're focusing on 3, that you wouldn't have those 3 chosen ahead of time through like the gamification or whatever people would pick?
We would choose ahead of time,
Oh,
but I would think that instead of, there's 15 workshops, right? And so for ARB to even try to manage which, potentially 3 sectors per each of the 15 cities, they have to develop slides for each of these and a presentation for each of these anyway. Can they just create a deck? And that because when Katie said, well, it's good for everybody to know that there are these 8 sectors, for instance, and then the staff could present deeply on certain ones that the community chooses, that it's already, like, the slide deck is there. They could just focus on those ones and then have a summary slide for the other ones.
So ARB would create a comprehensive slide deck covering all 8 sectors, and then we would pull out specific ones. So when we go to the Bay Area, we would focus in on maybe transportation and industry. Is that what you're saying? So let's say we put together a full slide deck of, 40 slides. I'll just throw a random number out there. And then we pull out the 2 specific sectors. So we may be focusing in, bringing in the lead staff for the Bay Area to focus in on transportation and industry. So that might be 10 slides out of those 40, the master.
I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads. Okay. Nodding heads. Thank you. Sorry. My definitions. It's getting late. Yes, exactly. Very good. Very good. So.
But the key thing is you would find out ahead of time which modules you want.
Yes. So what I would suggest now, I think you need to get in the weeds a little bit more, especially I think we need to find out get more feedback from you on what you want to do with data. So what I'm going to suggest now is how about in 10 minutes, I'll check in with you with how much more time you need. Anyone who wants to talk about data collection, what you want to collect, what's the pointing?
Martha's had her.
Oh, I'm sorry, Martha. You want to pass the mic?
Yeah, I actually have the mic.
Okay.
I'm just not sure if I want to ask this. One, I think we were just sort of concerned that it's a lot to cover, one. And then I'm having a hard time visualizing, by the time we have the workshops, CARB will have some more stuff to show us that we've not seen. So I'm just not sure how to. Okay, so we'll have okay.
So if you wanted to go to this group.
So we were talking about for the recommendations, because we haven't done the voting yet either, and we're probably not going to have time to do that voting, like setting a call for like a couple weeks from now where we all can get on the call and do that poll for the recommendations. And maybe we could add this in as like, here's a final look at the slides that we're developing, and now we're going to go through and vote on each of the recommendations and make sure everybody's on board. So that we could kind of achieve 2 goals in one phone call.
That could be cool. So what I'm suggesting now is anyone who wants to talk about data collection, you're going to go to that side of the room. Anybody who wants to talk about outreach, best practices around languages, local examples, anything related more to what's going to happen logistically, outreach side, you would come to this side of the room, and I will check in with each group in 10 minutes, and we will make sure to do a report out so anyone watching the webcast would have some sense of what happened. Anyone opposed to that? Okay, so you can grab a chair or just stand up, move to either side of the room, please. Perfect. Okay, here, let me turn this way. And
yeah, let's talk. No,
oh, can I have one of those? Mark, in case you want to make any, or anybody wants to make any comments. Yes.
Can I make a
whatever you want.
point? Can I
just say it?
Yeah, let me
So one thing that just came to mind was, we do have the board hearing where we're going to discuss as an informational item our scoping plan, and that's coming up on June 23rd. And I just looked at the chart up there. It looks like we have 3 proposed community meetings. I forgot, what was the color coding again? Yellow is first preference. Okay, so we're not talking 3, we're talking 1 and 2.
Imperial is second choice.
Okay. I guess where I was going there is my staff are going to be very busy preparing for the board hearing. So what I'm wondering is if we can get an idea ahead of time, like in the next week, what sort of subjects we would like, you would like us to prepare a slide deck on, because preparing slide decks for all 8 subjects within this period of time, I think is going to be very challenging. If you can narrow that down to 2 or 3, I think that might be more manageable. Yeah, if you guys can let us know which ones you, okay.
It's a long time from now.
Yeah, and then we can work on the rest of the slide decks after that. Okay.
It's like 3.5 weeks.
All right, thank you.
They could share what they know.
Industry, energy, and transportation, is that what I heard?
For Oakland.
Okay.
If you all want to come up with any topics for your conversation, you can put them here. Martha, which one are you going to?
Green building on.
That's okay.
Right. I'm just trying to think ahead of time how we are most useful, about categorizing or about themes or about specific, activities that will help us to shape that's what I was thinking. Suggestions on different buckets or different and I heard some things yesterday, and in my mind I have some, but they may not be the way that express them. So
Like what? What?
like a starting list, and obviously we have the sectors, but I'm saying
I don't think I'm quite understanding what you're driving.
I'm just trying to get at okay, so when we're so we're gonna get a ton load of feedback, right? And so how to then
Capture that.
we'll have to dump them into different we can distill it back and report back to each other, number one, but to distill it into, useful comments for that will help us as each
I think that goes to me into the meeting construction, the flow. So we're going to have, several thinking because I can't see how in the valley we can get away with not talking about agriculture, water, energy, and transportation. These are like, you can't come there and not talk about those things. So leaving anything out is actually going to be problematic because the whole methane discussion is just driving everybody.
Okay. Okay. Questions?
What are we supposed to do?
I think you are supposed to talk about, if you want to give ARB any direction as far as outreach. What we had so far from Margaret was a workshop flyer, the posters. Do you know if there's anything else you want her to do? Is there anything that you want to talk about related to roles? Are there any issues with role clarity?
I think I'm hungry again. I'm very tired.
I'm very tired.
I would love something to drink, something cold. I could smell the sun.
Me too.
All right, so we're gonna have to do this.
I feel like normally I try to go buy some snacks, but it's like I didn't have a car and we're in the middle of nowhere.
And I know it feels like that. All right, so we got the
dates that you want, what do you want on the dates?
Well, the dates we did.
And then as far as I'm concerned, I've got a team who can work with Art to be, I've got a team, but I mean, I'd love to see some of my committee members help us in terms of facilitating different tables.
I think we have to figure it out. I mean, even just in the session. So you have to figure out. Okay, so even if, so like in Oakland, there's 4 of us from EJAC in Oakland. So it's like we need to actually get together, look at this draft agenda, and then figure out what roles. Yeah, like that needs to be clear to each EJAC member that they need to actually do that.
Well, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, we have our first role in project.
Thank you. And just in terms of the logistics, what I understood is we'll have, like for this cafe thing, this cafe table thing, we'll have easels at each one, right? So that we can, I know that for myself,
Now, are you having any expectation that ARB would supply, like, chart paper is super expensive?
It's really helpful if they provide easel and chart paper.
No, well, easels will be harder because of shipping, but chart paper I feel like is more realistic. Tell them,
Well, we can even we can break up that room. You were in Sandbag before in terms of having people just hang stuff up.
Can we get color copies?
Color copies? For what?
Yes.
Government only want to give you black and white.
It's true.
People like bright colors.
Do you think it's reasonable, unless we're doing that with those that within our committee, that they are the facilitators at each table putting in the input?
Well, one of the things I raised over there is it written? Is it electronic? What's going to happen?
Personally speaking, this is what I'm going to do. I need it written. I want to integrate it as recommendations for the scoping plan. But I'm also going to take these documents and align them with the county vision statement and their vital signs too.
Okay.
So it aligns with that. So they're going to be in there. So I want a written documentation of them.
So I'm sorry, are you saying you want a meeting summary?
Thank you.
Okay.
That has all that information in it.
And are you asking ARB to supply a note taker like we have Cindy?
If we could.
Um,
If I can't get it, I will get someone.
I would say note taker / facilitator.
Yeah,
but those are 2 different people.
But I would actually love to have. This is how
It's really hard.
This is what I would love to see structured. If my committee members can't join me in that, I understand I can get my people too. But basically, I'd like. Okay, let's say we have a transportation discussion, right, at the transportation table. I want one of my fellow committee members to be there writing the notes on the easel, or on the paper.
Okay.
Because the whole thing I'm trying to present is we're on level ground. We're engaging the community as a partnership, not as we're telling you all about us and we want you to give us this information. Group in one of the residential residents who've been coming to all my focus groups, turn around and says, you get paid this money, but you just take my information. So at the very least, with the idea that we're here together.
I think maybe we want to have it, to be realistic, have it be EJAC or ARB chart.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm not even getting at the second thing you raised, EJAC members or ARB. Okay, but how do we address the issue you raised of like just taking? I don't know how we address
Just taking.
You were saying like we just take information from you.
Oh. Well, that's something that we need to discuss with ARB, how they're going to use the information too for their scoping plan. If we could get, I'm willing to write the summaries. You know what I'm saying? But summary is going to go to ARB, and the summary is going to go to my team to work with the county for further years. That's going to end up being part of our map briefing of what we're going to do for the next few years, whether ARB is with us or not.
Right. Mary Rose, anything else coming to mind that could be on the list? So ideally, EJAC members help facilitate small tables. Each one's going to need a facilitation plan with role clarity, and that's where we'll get it. That's where you would be getting it, like what ARB staff. That's like a sub-bullet. ARB staff needs. And then can they color copy? Can they order chart paper? Yeah, sorry. I'm like saying it out loud for myself.
So one of the things that we were also talking about was, so we need to get the draft slide, agenda slides, and then we also need to look at the agenda, just even like text of it, so that we can parse out.
Well, I think we preface those comments with
time for assigning to each of the sections. So for instance, like, is the World Cafe going to be an hour? Is the survey going to be 30 minutes? Like, we're gonna look at that, and then even like the interaction. We didn't even talk about, well,
not going to be
if there's 4 EJAC members in the room, are each of us gonna take a discussion? So like we need to be able to get that draft agenda customized, right?
Yes. So I think Katie was hoping that today there'd be some agreement so that could be taken and convert. I think the question is an EJAC person going to volunteer to like convert the content into an agenda? Are you requesting that ARB does it, or like Cindy does it, or like somebody needs to do that? Or we could do it in like 5 minutes right now and just have it.
I mean, there was a draft from last meeting.
Yes. No, I don't think so.
But we also need it electronically, and so for instance, the open one is in 30 days.
Right. Can you hold this a sec? Well, I feel like we could just turn that computer this way and flip through it and probably just make it. So are we assuming, for the sake of starting, 3 hours or 2?
I do 3 for me at least.
I know, but you got to start with some kind of template, and people could compress it or expand it.
I think the content of it is 2 hours, 3 hours, including
Okay, let go. Food.
Well, I also for mine, I have a bunch of kids who've written letters to everybody, and they'd like some of their letters
So for the sake of trying to do it, how about we do a 6 to 8:30? Okay, so I know. You could do whenever you want. You could do a Saturday 10 to 11:30, whatever. Okay, so 6 is your welcome. 6:15? Should I flip through these? Okay. Let's see if we can. No.
Well, that's part of the outreach piece, though, I think, communication.
Yeah, but it has to be a balance.
So we have to capture their information and bring it. So I'm thinking about it. Number one, we talked about.
So there was the posters. She had talked about people gallery walk for posters.
There needs to be a period afterwards where people can submit comments who couldn't come. So we want to make sure that happens. There's a bucket for those comments to go in.
There's some kind of initial content thing. Yeah, maybe we could flip through it and we could do it together. So what is air pollution is kind of the first? No, I think her gallery walk had the orange on it. I think this is the basics of what is air pollution. Maybe she had those in a different file. Those must have been in a different file.
So this is like a new something else. Air pollution. It's something we talked about, like you guys had this
Okay, air pollution overview.
People need to identify themselves when they make their comments, which is why, again, we want to record it, but then we also want to have it.
In my community?
Have that taken down.
It should be the people who are in the subcommittee who develop the agenda who should be working.
Okay. Okay.
So Martha and Kate.
It would make more sense for them. It'd be more efficient. Okay, we're at quarter after. I'm going to check in with these guys.
Again, trying to distill that into something we can bring back to the table here and talk about, right?
Where are you guys at with your discussion? We've been talking for 20 minutes. Did you get very far?
Because the problem with your Imperial meeting.
Well, so that's the point is we're recording this, we need to be able to, we need somebody transcribing. So I'll be pressing hard on Floyd to make sure that we have.
So you need a note taker.
What? Sorry?
They have over here, they want note takers.
Right, we need a note taker.
So.
Crucial. That's why I keep saying you, because you are one of those people that I don't know.
Okay, can we get my mic turned up, please? Ding-a-ling, hello. Okay. EJAC members. It's all day. EJAC members, I'm going to ask that we hear what happened in these smaller groups. And that way, after we hear that, we can get some clarity on next steps. I'm going to ask everybody to move to this side of the room so we can hear what the data people talked about. I know it's late. I know we have no sugar, and I know we have no caffeine, but we're almost done. And I think Trish has mints. Oh, there's cookies. Oh, mine's working. Thank you. Okay, there's packets of hot sauce. There's mints. I don't know who had cookies. I have not seen the cookies.
Oh my God, it's a Girl Scout cookie. It's
Oh, let's start handing those out. Calendar people, Luis, Katie, would you all mind coming this side? Thanks for being so flexible. Okay, data folks, can you tell us what you talked about, what you have decided, and what's maybe outstanding?
All right, really briefly. Okay, so the first thing that we talked about is how are we going to record the data? So we would like the meeting to be recorded. So not only we can record what's going on, but also for other folks who cannot attend the meeting to then tune in, and then hopefully if they feel the desire to send in their comments afterwards.
Does recorded mean video?
Yes, video.
Yes. So we also noted that we would like a note taker at the meeting to, again, record what comments and so forth. We are thinking about having some form of handwritten survey as well as some kind of Google form so that folks have multiple different ways of getting their comments to us. So that's the how we are going to collect data. And then we also talked a little bit about how we're working with Mark. And so we know that within our existing comments that there are obviously the sectors, but there are also emerging sub-themes. So we're just trying to think about how is it that we're going to utilize, how is the data going to be the best useful for us as an EJAC to then cull and to organize and understand and then make our recommendations to inform our recommendations on the scoping plan. And so we talked a little bit about working with Mark on seeing what kinds of sub-themes, for example, are coming out of the themes that are around sectors. So, for example, if there are themes around infrastructure, if there's themes around siting, themes around even general themes around equity, for example, right? So we want to be able to see where, not just to dump them in one bucket, but to kind of have a little bit more of a framing of organization beforehand. And then we still have unresolved issues on how we're going to be able to get that information to Mark. So obviously we're going to be working with him as a technical writer, but we still need to work that out, right? So one, how we know that there's going to be a way to get the data, but how to work with Mark afterwards is still to be seen. And do you want to raise any questions that you have?
Well, for the efficiency, it's going to be easiest for me to have electronic data. So if you all have different capacities. If handwritten comments can be made electronic and emailed, that's certainly going to be easier for me.
So on that point, what I was going to bring up is I want to be extremely clear that I do not want to sugarcoat or have anybody in any way think there is anything pretty about the needs of transcribing, and we're talking about different languages, we're talking about translating, we're talking about grouping, and it is extremely time consuming, just to say the least. So it is very important that there is real clarity on what ARB is willing to do, because it hypothetically is very expensive. I don't know how else to say it. So like here you have a note taker. So with Eleanor, we talked about how she'd like someone taking notes to have a summary of her whole workshop. That's one thing. But let's just say the note taker's me. Am I also expected, say there's 40 half sheets of somebody's written comments. Is the note taker role person expected to take all those comments and transcribe them? Are you getting a volunteer from your organization to do that? And then how, if at all, are they being organized for Mark? And I don't know what ARB can do about putting any bookends on Mark's time, but obviously the more Mark has to theme stuff himself, the more expensive it is. So ARB, sorry to put it back in your court, but you're going to have to decide what you're willing to do with all this. And the more that you're honest about it, the less yucky it will be later when people are annoyed. Any other comments on this?
Yeah, Floyd, so that, we put it out there just to kind of give you a sketch of all the work that is necessary. And we're telling you the extent of what we talked about right now. But I agree with Sarah that I just wanted to paint that picture of what are the different roles, and it is a lot of work. So I think that that's something, if you could give us some clarity on what are the resources for that.
I understand these are.
Can you give them the mic for the live thing?
These are various methods of recording the same or similar information. Can you give me an idea of exactly what is the underlying data or information you're trying to record, and then we could get a better sense of what is affordable, what's the best approach for doing that? Do you need multiple redundancies? What are the constraints on our resources, that sort of thing?
So in other words, I don't know, what is it, $3,000 to $5,000 to record a 3-hour meeting? I have no idea what it costs to have somebody come and. And is it live streamed? Is it just recorded? Is it uploaded later on YouTube?
I can tell you right now, this 2-day meeting is more expensive than we were projecting. So I'm already getting nervous. I do appreciate that we went from 15 to 9, and that helps. But I just want to put it out there that the more bells and whistles. Oh no, I'm not going to use that term again.
Don't use that term.
The more we ask for that records the same information, the less bang we're going to get for our buck.
So, yeah, I'd be careful with that phrase.
No, I'm actually curious what you mean by the same information, because can you just say what you mean by that?
Well, I mean, if we're recording the events, and then we're having someone taking notes in real time, simultaneous to that recording, are you recording the same thing in different media?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying, like, if we video 9 things, you're videoing the same thing 9 times.
No,
You're
no,
not
no,
saying
no.
that.
That's not.
Okay.
No, each event will have different content.
Okay.
So our thought is the idea of recording is the idea of recording and looping into the internet, not necessarily live. So
okay.
it would be available afterwards for people to view.
Okay.
The idea of transcribing is so that we do have that written record of the different testimony that occurred during the meeting and the content of the meeting itself. You could certainly do that afterward from the recording, but somebody's going to have to do it one way or another. It probably makes more sense to have the note taker in the audience to capture anything that's missed in the recording, and recordings often miss things, as we watched around here where there's comments that are made and you don't have the microphone, right? So your note takers will often pick up on those things, and so at least mention them in the notes. So that's the idea there. And then I think you make a good point with.
I'm sorry. On that one, I'm sorry to interrupt,
Sure.
but I want to throw out another brainstorming idea that I've seen work when people haven't been able to afford a note taker, which is back to what came up over here of somebody's volunteering to scribe when you've got the round tables. So one person is volunteering to chart, and then otherwise you either have computers or iPads or something where people can type in electronic comments, or everybody has to write down their comment on a sheet of paper, and then those all get turned in. That way the transcribing could happen after, and then you aren't necessarily paying somebody all day for your 2-hour, 3-hour thing to take notes. That just want to throw out alternatives.
I appreciate the
Okay.
thought, but I'm just going to say no.
Okay.
Okay.
Trying to be helpful.
I get that, and I understand that concept.
Okay.
I think we want to be more diligent in this, not suggesting that your process isn't diligent. Obviously, we use it for meetings all the time where we, put up charts like this,
Yeah.
and people write notes on them, and we put them on the boards. That's one way to approach this, but I'm not thinking that's going to work for us at least. So this meeting is going to be more with staff doing a presentation on one of these sectors and us taking comments of that, and then potentially a panel from the region, from the community, who's going to talk about their lens on this issue, their feelings about their take on this, and how it bears on our community. So that'll be sort of the activities that would be happening. And when people make their comments, again, we talked about wanting to capture them specific to the bucket it's going in. Say it's agriculture. I mean, again, you're not going to get away from the valley without talking about ag, water, energy, and transportation. I mean, these are 4 things that if you don't include all of those, people are going to raise hell about it. It's just the way it's going to go. And it'll either come from agencies and government, or business, or just the folks who are affected, farm workers and other members of the community, because they won't feel their issues are being addressed. And they're going to see the list, so they're going to know what it could be. So, and methane right now is huge, transportation is huge. People are trying to figure out how you're going to map that all together. One of the themes we talked about, for instance, though, that would be running through all this would be infrastructure, or equity, social equity, health equity. And so afterwards that work would be done. The note-taking, transcribing, the cards later on, that's something that tentatively I'll commit to having an intern do. I've got 4 interns this summer, still trying to figure out what to do with 2 of them. So, hey, this is definitely a project for them. But I don't know that that's going to be transferable to the other people. So I
just want to say that I mean, all of our workshops are going to be different and culturally relevant, and that's fine. But I think we need to have the written comments, Floyd, in addition to video, because not everybody's going to have time to speak, and not everybody's going to want to speak. So just to quick answer your question, that's why we need multiple modes of feedback.
Yeah, and it may turn out that all of these different formats are necessary under the circumstances. I'm just raising the question of whether it's appropriate for every circumstance in every community meeting. For example, if we have a community meeting with a World Cafe style approach, does it make sense to have a note taker there when obviously the note taker can't be at every table at the same time? And if that's the case, how do we approach recording the conversation without having to rely on one note taker? So that's what I'm trying to tee up is, are there more practical ways to get at the same recording that you guys are looking for?
Anyone want to respond? I mean, I have a thought, but I'd let you guys go first.
So I think it would be useful for the workshops that I help host to just have comment cards and just have people put their comments. I think there's going to be a lot of discussions, going to be a lot of questions. I can help provide some of those questions. I can ask some of my colleagues, some of my partners, what kinds of questions I'm going to ask. I know one of the things when they hear ARV, they're going to be like ag burning, you know, 'cause that's the most visible thing out there. But once you get past that, then, you know, you may want to have answers for some of these things. So we can probably formulate a list of questions that we think that are going to come up, probably have answers to those, and then get into the meat of the discussion and capture them on comments.
So, Floyd, I would say in response to your question, what I do in those situations is I simply say to everyone, if there's something you absolutely want to make sure is recorded, write it down or come see me and I'll type it for you. But like, if you feel like we got it when we were in our small group, that's fine. But like, if that's what you need, you do what you want to, person there.
If I may just add, I think it's important to have these flip charts, and if there is a note taker, that's great, because we can provide the instruction that if there are comments, make sure that we're capturing them either on the flip chart, on a comment card. They can have conversations with that. We can help articulate them and make the recommendation for those who may not want to talk.
Right.
But I don't want to miss the opportunity to say, because I think when we talk about meeting in these communities and disadvantaged communities, there may be a different population that we're targeting. I'm thinking there's going to be the population who may want to get informed, and may want to know more, and may have input. And then there's a population that is also disadvantaged, which is in another level. They want to know, how can I engage? How can I make comments? How can I mean, I'm talking about cities. I'm talking about smaller cities, municipalities, unincorporated. You know, I mean, it's more of the governmental, local governmental, and business and so on. And they're just as disadvantaged as anybody else there. And so I think we need to bring something for everyone. And I think, is that going to be part of the conversations beforehand?
It should be, and we can add it to this other group that I just brought over here since everyone's over here. But I think we need to wrap up this data conversation and then move to what happened in the other group, and then we need to move to wrap up the meeting. Eleanor.
So this will go right into where you're going. I know for ourselves, because we're really taking this opportunity to engage the whole community. So our idea was, and looking at what you're doing, because we were thinking along the same lines, you helped refine it, Katie, and thank you, is doing the cafe roundtables. And after you presented this, I could actually see this as being the first part of the workshop. The next part, possibly a Q&A with the sector leadership that's there, or wait, let me take it back. Next we go into the roundtables or the cafe table site. I would love to have a recorder that could be from my team or an ARB or EJAC committee member, but we take each one of those tables and record what's being said, but we also facilitate at least a conversation in that. And then afterwards, we take the time to maybe have a Q&A with the sector leadership, but at least then we have input from the community, and we also get some questions answered, and we can go away with information. Now, my idea was, Floyd, because this is important to me, what's going to come out of these outreach meetings, because I want to align it with our county vision statement as well, is I actually want to be the one that puts together the summary of these notes so I can review these things for myself, not all the...
Eleanor, Mary Rose, I wonder if you would read off or summarize what we talked about in this other side. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
For the data, do we have survey questions that are set?
No. So, and do you mean like, was this workshop helpful kind of survey at the end? No.
Or maybe even for the subcommittee that came up with the agenda, was there still a survey part of that, of the agenda?
We haven't been able to work on that, no.
Even if you haven't been able to work on it, is that still part of how we envision the workshops happening, to gather data for recommendations? Or are we really gathering the data from the sector-based World Cafe part of the workshop?
I mean, it would be nice to have some conformity in the surveys we all use, obviously, so we can collect similar data. I mean, does it make sense to just have like a basic, like sector-based, like what are your priorities around transportation or waste? Or I put that back to you all. We literally just didn't have time. I mean, we got the list of outreach stuff on Friday, and I spent Monday doing this. So I'd be happy to work on it. I don't want to volunteer, Martha, if that's something you're still interested in, a survey.
Go ahead.
I know for us, I floated out the idea of a survey to my leadership and our partners, and they didn't really see that as being really helpful at this juncture, because we're at a point mainly of trying to get people to understand what this scoping plan is first. And yeah, I didn't get a lot of excitement about doing a survey amongst my people, so.
So I sat back from this for a bit, and it seems that we have an opportunity to in some way ground truth our recommendations and thinking about things. And I don't know if maybe I didn't pay attention and that was already said. Okay, good. So how do we work that into this process? And so I think the education part's really important, but it's also big. So, I was talking to you about, so I think I did some clean car workshops with CARB, where they just had me do like a 15-minute in the beginning, talk, the why, here are the health and environmental justice reasons, here's what air pollution is doing in this community, here's the transportation sector's responsibility, and here's how clean cars getting, this was the very first clean car thing. So what if we were to do something like that, so that, like, figure out how to do the PowerPoints that you've developed and the different versions of them relatively quickly, and then a process where we can share our recommendations and thoughts, like, these things around the gentrification, this thing around the rental units, these things, that we really need to hear from impacted communities, because we have a sense, all of us work deeply embedded in communities, but it still needs to be ground truth.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Louise. I know people kind of hate dots at this point, but you could have. Everyone I know hates dots. Oh, I like that. Go ahead.
I just think examples are real important. So there were examples that other members can share, or ARB. I think that would be very helpful as part of the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Eleanor and Mary Rose, I'm wondering if one of you would just say a little bit about what happened on this other side of the room. We're at 20-4.
Okay, real quickly. Why don't you stand up so that there's just a little more energy coming from the ground. One of the things that we needed to make sure to have so that we come away from this meeting and then whatever, in preparation for our workshops, is that we need a copy of the slides of this draft agenda, right? We're going to need also the written part of this agenda so that we can take each of it, or the agenda, whoever the EJAC co-host is for that community, you will then take that agenda and customize it and be able to, I don't know if this is working, customize it so that you can even, are you holding a 2-hour workshop? Is it a 4-hour? And then you need to figure out who of a co-host or the ARB is actually taking that speaking role, and like you need to be able to plan that. So you're gonna facilitate. Oh, and then in that agenda, you're gonna need to figure out who the facilitators are for the World Cafe or the breakout groups. Talked about roles. What are the things that you're going to need from ARB staff in order to make this workshop happen? All the way to copies of the flyer, materials, what the
ARB
plan
by
is
chart
for note takers and support staff coming. EJAC members or ARB chart and small group. Oh yeah, so this is just part of the note taking that we already talked about. All right.
Questions,
At least that's as far as we got.
Anyone have any add-ins? Another question.
I just
for
want to.
ARB?
I mean, this is the crux of it, right? Like we're asking a lot of questions about who's going to be there and what's going to be there. Like, there's a moment now where we have these scheduled, and it's up to us to make sure that the people that from our regions who need to be in this room are in that room. And if there's examples in our local community we want to lift up, that it's in the slide deck before it gets up. You know, that we need to kind of. This is the moment from here forward that, and this was my big goal for this meeting, was that like now from here forward we take ownership of these workshops. You know, if we need to add additional content to the slides, if we want further emphasis, it's our job to make sure we communicate that to ARB, that the right people in the room, and that this workshop works for the people we're trying to make it work for. Like, just to, yes.
Yeah, so just some things that I think are important to keep in mind is that there are those who have the resources ready and they're able to make these workshops happen. But I've heard interest of more than that amount of workshops that are there of members or communities that may want these workshops, but may not be able to put it together. They don't have the resources. They don't have the ability to do the outreach that is necessary. To what extent is ARB's role in terms of doing this, because it's a responsibility to make sure that we're getting this information out to all communities throughout California, and to what extent is our role as partners, as members, that we're helping facilitate that process, and where do you draw the line of where that cost is going to be at. And you know, if some organizations may be able to absorb some of those costs, but what about those that they want this but they're out of the game because they don't have the resources?
Yeah.
So,
and Luis, that's like, I mean, when you notice this list for October, November, those are exactly those locations that we're putting up. Because like the Sierras, we know they want a workshop, but they can't put it together in time. We know North State needs a workshop, but we have like that's going to take those questions. So like if you hear of other regions that we think, like we know the Central Valley is going to need additional workshops, but we need to take some time and figure out what that's going to look like. So I would encourage you to write it up. And then as we think through, like I don't have time to drive up to Humboldt, but maybe there's an agency up there that ARB can connect me to that I can call and talk to, but we got to figure that out. I don't know if we can in the next like 10 minutes, but
so it's a good. I'm glad you brought that up,
Yeah.
because I was under the impression, because I committed to 2 and I said, well, we're going to help with those 2.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that all of those, there was already a commitment. So how is everybody going to make those happen? I suppose that's the next question, right? 'Cause
yeah, the budget and all
is
of
it
that.
going to be like one of the members here that can help? But I'm sure that's an added cost because they might not be in the immediate area. Or is it identifying that organization out there that can help? But it's going to take more resources in some places than others.
Yeah.
Beyond what the agency can do, that where ARB may have to pick up some of those costs. So
Well, and I think like that's the Sac State contract that they have for us, and like my organization is a neighborhood association. We have no budget for this, and so like it's all ARB's costs. Like I have no budget to front any of this out of my own personal budget, and I just can't afford it. So like I think that's ARB's committed, and that's been the ask from the last meeting, right? Is like how much money can you commit, and what is the expanse of the work? So Floyd was saying, well, it'd be great if you could help as much as you can, but if you can't, Sac State's on contract to cover that gap and help us with logistics and with all the planning and stuff. Did I say that
With the
correctly,
understanding
Floyd?
that the contract is not unlimited.
Yes.
So,
I can't call them 30 times a week and ask them to do
Yeah.
all sorts of stuff.
You have to go back and ask for more.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that you hit right on the target there, Luis. So yeah, I mean, I've had several groups in the Valley say to me, yeah, we need to outreach to our community, but I need $1,000 for staff time to be able to do that. So is that going to be able to run through this Sac State contract to be able to submit, to invoice them or to somehow subcontract with them to see those dollars roll, because that's the way this has to happen. And that's what we were asking about last month if we weren't. So I'm just going to be completely blunt about
Thank
that
you.
and say, where's that, how do we access that money? Or is Sac State somehow going to send staff down and do all of that work for everybody, which would be challenging since they don't know anything about our communities and the people who live there, or know very little. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question,
Great
and
question.
we have not, frankly, I don't think we broached the subject of subcontracting with Cal State. I mean, we approached the Cal State contract as a one-stop shop. If your point is that it would be, because your folks are on the ground, they understand the communities, they're better able to, and time. I mean, I think that's something we definitely need to discuss with Cal State to see which one of those approaches works better, and if subcontracting out is an approach that might work, are they even able to do that under their contract? So part of that is a logistical question, part of it is a legal question. We need to go back to our folks and see if that's even feasible.
So
Okay.
is there a timeline for you getting an answer on that?
We'll get right back on it starting
I have
tomorrow.
some information. So,
If I may just add,
Go-
it is the most cost-effective way of doing it. 'Cause I can't imagine ARB being able to go out and do all the outreach. It would be an enormous cost, and probably not the best use of the resource.
I'm really glad we're having this conversation. So I'm wanting to clarify, and then I have a comment because I know something about the contract. So you guys are bringing up labor, like people's hours to do this work and what pays for that time. I'm glad because I've wondered about that. So there's labor costs, and then there's what I'm for the moment calling hard costs, which have to do with buying water or renting a facility or paying for a note taker, buying chart paper pads. Childcare. So for the labor, I can tell you because I've just gone through it, that the Sac State Extension contract is saying they cannot subcontract to organizations. They can only subcontract to individuals. That's why I can't continue facilitating the group because I work at an organization. So if person, say, Juan at your organization can take time off of your work and hypothetically be directly employed to Sac State Extension, it seems like that's possible, but the check can't come to your organization and then you pay him.
So
That's fine. I mean, if that's a way that, I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm just saying logistically what I learned.
If that's a way that it can be paid for, I'm happy to have, personally, I'm happy to have people paid directly, and I think we can work that out, because normally it's easier to run that money through a single organization that then pays all those people, but yeah, you'd save me a lot of headache at that point of having to do the accounting related to the money, and
I'm not saying
and
ARB wants to do that.
1099 everybody, and
Yeah.
and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, if Sac State can take that on, and that's part of what they can do, you're going to find out for sure.
Yeah, and we will explore that with Sac State. Trish reminded me that the folks that we're contracting with at Sac State, they have offices and they have folks that work around the state, not just in Sacramento. So I misspoke, or I may have misled you into thinking that they're just Sacramento-based people. They actually do have folks that work around the state and do the sort of work that we're asking them to do. So to the extent those folks are already involved in the communities that we're looking at, that may be an appropriate, we could probably leverage that. I think from a legal standpoint, it's better or more streamlined, easier to process if we were just working with the Sac State folks, but I will definitely pose that question to them.
I feel this question may not, I hope I'm not inappropriate by asking, but I know that universities sometimes have a very high cost of indirect cost or just managing contracts. Sometimes they go up to 30, 50% of the contract, and if money is an issue, I'm not saying that that's the case. I don't have to hear it right now, But I certainly, if that is the case, at some point it's probably going to be brought to the table that it was a high cost, and I would encourage to avoid those types of costs and go with a more affordable mechanism of running these contracts.
And I appreciate that, Luis. You know, in an ideal world, if it was just me as a private citizen contracting out with you or Kevin as another private citizen, we can reach agreement fairly quickly, and we can shake hands on it and write something down. We're with the state. We have to follow state procedures. There are state laws that govern contracting. There are procedures for putting contracts out there. One of the advantages to a state contract is you have a known fixed overhead costs with the universities. That's written into the contracts. There's no variation on that. So, you know, the upshot is, yeah, it would be more efficient to, contract out with private individuals. I'm saying we have to work within the framework that we have under state law. So, right.
Yep.
Right. And the cost may be advantageous that way, but it may not be available under the framework we're working in.
Okay, so we need to wrap up this meeting. It's 10 to 4.
I just want to address that. I mean,
And then we need to go to public comment.
sure, we're not talking about lots of money here, but you do have a process within the state that you could have used here, and I suggest you use in the future. Just talk about service orders, because you can load out to $4,900. I have service orders. I know this. $4,999 directly to individuals or organizations without going back and going through your whole process. You actually have that ability. I don't know if you personally do. So in the future, I'm just going to, and this would have been an ideal situation to use that in, where you could have tagged Katie, Mary Rose, and Giselle, and Luis, and that would probably cover, and if we needed to do more, you could do 2 people in that community or 3. So I'm just saying, you do have a vehicle there. You did describe accurately the state process for large grants, but you do have a vehicle to take smaller activities like this to the ground very quickly within the budget year. June 30 is coming, so I know this year is closing because I've got to push over. So
I mean, just to be fair, this is the first time I've heard this option, so we had not explored this in any great detail. So, but
we
definitely
brought it up. I feel we let it pass too easily in the past. I'll own part of that.
And for our part, we will look into it.
Been more direct.
Right.
Okay, so we want to end our meeting on time, naturally. We're about to move to public comment and wrap up. But before we do, we were going to hand the microphone over to Katie so that she could reiterate or summarize what's coming up next.
So we worked over here on finalizing dates based on ARB schedules and local schedules. The first 2 workshops will be June 21st in San Bernardino and June 22nd in Coachella Valley. And the next one will be June 30th in Oakland. So for those 3 workshops honoring ARB's request, I'm looking at Luis and Eleanor and Mary Rose. If you need to tell ARB what your top 3 focus areas are, if you'd like a specific presentation so they can get that done. I think you already did. I think it might just be Luis. And then the rest of them are up there, you see, in July. And then as far as our next meeting, I propose a call the week of the 6th of June so that we can go over the final materials and the presentations that we'll be working through and do our polling for our recommendations and get that all finalized, just given that we're out of time.
Is that okay, Trish?
The next steps would be to send out a doodle poll, make sure the members are available for whatever time slot you want for a conference call, and then go forward with publicly noticing that, getting our facilitator Stephanie on board. So I'll see what I can do to meet that time frame.
Okay, so public comment. We have a member of public. Would you like to comment? Sure. If you want, you could stand up.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Amy Magro on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce. It's been a while since we discussed the industry portion of this, but I had a few comments on industry. We spent quite a bit of time talking about cap and trade and the cap and trade program as it interacts with the industry sector. One point about that is that in terms of the stationary sources in the state, the cap and trade program is not necessarily the only component of addressing stationary source emissions reductions. We have the cap and trade program, but that accounts for only a portion of the reductions. We have many other command and control measures that address on-site facility reductions, and there are emission reductions taking place on-site, and the cap and trade is only a small portion of that that does help with compliance. And with the cap and trade, the discussion surrounding emissions increasing, the cap is there to ensure that emissions do not go above that level. We're talking about greenhouse gas emissions with AB 32 and the scoping plan. We're not talking about criteria air pollutants. And so what we're measuring with the cap and trade program is our greenhouse gas emissions. And so it seemed like a lot of what the discussion was surrounding was criteria air pollutants and toxics, which is not something that the cap and trade is there to deal with. It's there to deal with carbon dioxide emissions, which is what AB 32 is there for. And so I just think that part of the focus with that should be surrounding the greenhouse gas emissions reductions and what the cap is there for. The offsets is a compliance mechanism that is there for industry to have a little bit of flexibility. Part of that is to ensure that the industries do stay here in the state, that they do continue to provide community benefits as well as tax revenues for local levels, schools, and other community benefits that they do provide. And so I just want to make sure that I pointed out some of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so wrapping up, I just started everyone worked very hard for this meeting, and I know it's a long 2 days, and we really appreciate everyone's focus and participation. I just marked down a few things, since we always want our meetings to get better, that I would re-summarize, which is, seems like everyone really likes there to be Wi-Fi. Everyone really likes if there are plugs for their computer. We know next time if we, ideally some access to coffee with no styrofoam. Yes, and the mics, I think next time you want to do 1 mic per 2 people. It seemed like there was a lot of energy around thinking about everyone's different learning styles, so having that for presentations. Anything else anyone wants to add for the sake of always improving the meetings? All right, with that, have a great afternoon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And can we all give a round of applause for Sarah? I think she's done a fantastic job. Thank you, Sarah. And Trish. All right, I'll begrudgingly thank her.